You know, it's all right. I'm ready. Oh, this is- You can move it if you want to. Yeah, just sit on the back. You don't mind if I move? You don't video. Yeah, move it.
Hey, Shalom. Praises unto Yahweh.
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai,
Double honors unto our apostles and elders, great millstones. Shalom to the hopeful elect brothers that are teaching this word. So yeah, we're in the time of the Passover again, and it's a time of death, basically. That's it. You know, let's start at Matthew 24. We're in a time of death, man. Judgment. Thinking about that time.
Right.
For anything.
Yeah. Matthew chapter 24 verse 1. Yahushua went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him to show him the buildings of the temple. Yahushua said unto them, see ye not all these things? Only I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be?
What shall be? What things? The end. No? Basically, they were nagging his ear pretty much. Like, look, when's the end coming? Hastening in the day. That's the spirit we got to be in, man. Every day is you wake up, hasten for the end. Go on, man.
And what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world?
And what shall be the sign? So you definitely know that we're at the end now. All the signs, the Lord give the hints as what the signs would be. But they were nagging at his ear. He told us what it is. Prophecy. Judgments, man, like death around the world, wars around the world, turmoil in communities, turmoil in governments. That's happening today, man. You can't say that ain't happening today, man. Go on, but there was more.
And it says,
impossible, brother. We can move it this way.
Yeah.
And it says, and then Yahushua answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you.
Yeah.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am the Hamashiach.
And that's happening today too. You got people that, you know, basically false anointings on the earth. Follow this way. Follow, even in the that's what's like a big thing now. It's like, like the false doctrine which has been happening, but it's been the scripture. The Lord said the last days these things will happen even more. People will start, heaping the disciples onto themselves, shit like that. That's happening. The MOTV ain't the mark. This ain't that. This ain't this. Things we learned 10 years ago or 30 years ago is not that anymore now, right?
Oh shit.
That's what's happening. And it's funny because not funny, but spiritual, because Ivory's Ariel passed away, right? And now you got people saying F him and whatnot. All your doctrines come from him. So even that, a lack of respect, like in the last days, all these things, man. It's all part of what was going to be coming to pass, man. People running up their mouth and all that, man. But that's fine because you're going to be the same ones with your tongue burns when the nuclear missiles hit. Go on, bro. Go on.
And shall deceive many.
And shall deceive many. Because many, and who's that mainly talking about? Jake, man. Because most of our people are just deceived with any old bullshit, man. Someone could come along with any old random doctrine and people believe it. You know what I mean? But the truth doctrine, only few will believe it. Because it's a tightrope, man. This thing's actually a tightrope. For real, you could be dead tomorrow, gone tomorrow. Pretty much anything. And dead can mean not even just like you die in your flesh. You could be dead. The Lord could take the spirit off you. That's dead. When you see Jake walking around, they're fucking dead, bro. Dry bones. The scriptures call them dry bones, man. And you see it every day, man. Go on, man.
And you shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
And that's happening now. And actually, right now, as we speak, fucking Ukrainians are getting blown up. And there's actually a war in the Ukraine right now with Russia, Ukraine, and that's happening right now as we speak. So that's not even a rumor anymore. That's actually a fact. But you got, even now, you still got people saying World War III will never happen. This will never happen. That will never happen. troops in England that's been training there for years. We talk about the Gurkhas all the time, the Tibetans. What are they? Tibet, somewhere like that, right? They've been in England for years, bro. They're part of the British Army. They'll just unleash them on you, man. Fucking mind-controlled nut jobs, man. They're gonna release them in these last days, man. Come on, bro. Yeah, with no remorse too. And them dudes, they're ready for that. Come on, bro.
See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass.
Yeah, so all these things are going to come to pass, and it's spiritual. It's the time of the Passover. Again, now, what did the Lord do in the Passover, bro? He swept through Egypt and took out all the firstborns, bro, of everything. Livestock, humans, fucking kings, families died. You know, like people in high position, they died. So, you know, all these things are going to come to pass in these last days. Wars, rumors of wars, you know, that's happening. Turmoil with government, turmoil among people, you know. Even now on Jake, you got the fucking Nation of Islam, then you have a denomination of another belief. They're at each other's necks. No one ain't in agreement in this world except us, of the elect. And really only the elect, because even among Israel you have disagreement. So only the elect is going to agree, man, these days. So we can pass over a judgment. And that's serious, man. Oh, go on, bro. Go on, man.
But the end is not yet.
But the end is not yet, so we got more things to come. That's why we still bark that the MOTB is the mark of the beast, right? That's what it is. I said that. The MO thing, that rice grain, right? That's gonna have to be pushed in this kingdom. The Karagma, that's gonna be forced, bro, on people. It's gonna be forced on us. We're gonna get pushed into a corner, man. The unbelievers. Yeah, now of temptation. That's when the guillotines are coming. You know, the doors getting rushed through. All of that's gonna happen, man. You gotta think like that. It's the same, just like like a cake wall. You gotta think like that, man. They don't rush your door. They could have spies at your job. They could have fucking MI5 dudes at your job, man. And it's a Jake too. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, go on, man. You know what I'm saying? All that too, bro. Go on, man.
For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes.
And famines are coming too. Famines are here already. Earthquakes are here. What happened in Turkey? Turkey was a fucking earthquake. Fucking destroyed those people, bro. It's still happening. You know? Whether Esau set it up or not, you know he's got a harp, and you know as much as we give Esau the credit, you give him the power to do that anyway, the Lord, man. And if the Lord wanted to, he could wipe the whole of Turkey out, but we're gonna retain that land again anyway. But the Lord could wipe out all these lands. But whether Esau did it or not, the Lord made him make that, that harp, whatever his tech, to use it for his will.
Yeah. This is Isaiah 55 and 11.
And you know what? In these days too, everything's getting exposed. Hollywood, all this shit's getting out, man. All the dirt of this world's getting exposed, man. Go on, bro. Go on. No, you're right. No, you got something. Go on. Go on, man.
Amos chapter 3 verse 6. Shall a trumpet be blown in the city, and the people not be afraid? Shall there be evil in a city, and the Lord Yahweh
so in the ancient world, the trumpet got blown, so the city people knew something's about to happen. Yo, there's invaders coming, or something's happening. And that's the same thing we're doing now. We're speaking loudly this word, proclaiming it, saying, look, death's coming, the end of the world's coming. And they laughed at Noah for 130 years, bro. They laughed at him, man. Niggas grew up old laughing at him. And that takes integrity to be out here proclaiming something where no one can see it while people laugh at it. That's integrity, bro. And most of Jake don't have integrity to hold that down, because everyone wants to look good. Everyone wants to fly a tire, so to speak. They don't want to be looked down on. Bro. The white gate. Everyone's in the white gate, bro. You know what I'm saying? Anyone can participate. But this is like a secret society. But guess what? In our secret society that we're in, we get laughed at because we have the Lord, and the Lord, the scripture says it's entertaining to the Lord that what we do. So it's like a comedy for the Lord too. That's the kind of power we're dealing with, man. But the world, they don't know that, because they don't go.
For the foolishness of preaching. Because it's foolishness unto
for the world, what we're doing. But ultimately, it's going to lead us to what? Salvation. More salvation. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, is there more on that?
A little bit. It says, continuing on, shall there be an evil in a city, and the Lord, Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shai, have not done it?
Yeah, evil in the city, man. So when bad things happen, you know who did it. The Lord, the Most High did it, man. He's terrible, man. The Lord's terrible. The Lord can fucking destroy you, and you'll still be alive in the flesh, but their legs don't work anymore, their arm don't work, or they can't see. All that. I remember a few years back, man, this girl was fine as fuck, bro, but she was blind, so she couldn't even see her fineness. That's a curse. I'm telling you, bro, like, she had dudes gawping at her, but I'm like, she's blind. The Lord cursed her. But imagine you can't see how fine, she's fine as hell, bro, but the Lord had her where her eyes don't work. Go on, bro. So if the evil happens in the city, the Lord did it. That's right. But that's what this world don't teach you that. This world teaches what? God is love. And you don't understand, man. The Lord ain't, even us, man. We got only a little bit of understanding about what He give us. And He's terrible, man. Go on.
This is the book of.
So we have to fear. So, sorry, bro. But the point is, we have to fear too, man. That's right. Go on, man.
Yeah, this is Jeremiah 28:8. The prophets that have been before me and before thee of old prophesied both against many countries and against great kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence.
Yeah, so there's something called reincarnation, man. And in the reincarnation, which means to be back in the flesh. And the men of old, they spoke against these places that they were in. These ancient kingdoms that ruled in wickedness, they spoke against it. And they were Israelites, by the way, that did that. No one else can do that. The Lord ain't going to put the spirit of prophecy on anyone and any other nation. They put it on the Israelites. And they were back in the ancient kingdom saying the same things we're saying. And what are we not? Bro, we're in a kingdom of war. England is a kingdom of war. What was England's motto, man? The sun never sets on the British Empire. They were proud of their shit. They would blow shit up, England. They would come to your shores. They would fucking sit there with their cannons, bro. And then if you didn't obey them, they would blow your shit up, England. That was England. This country is a country of blood, mate. It's sport of blood. Fast forward to, let's even go back in time to Alexander. He was a man of war. He was about blood, man. And his father, the Macedonian village, they were battle men. They were about war. They were killing up the Japhites throughout Europe. So these are people of war. So we're in a kingdom of war, of evil and of pestilence. How the hell did England, the British and the Dutch, and how did they get America? They poisoned the natives there. That was part of their war. That's pestilence. They poisoned them with them smallpox blankets. You know, go on, bro. Yeah.
This is Habakkuk chapter 2.
So the point is the ancient men are back again today. We got hope. We're part of it. That's it. Go ahead, bro. Go on.
Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establisheth a city by iniquity.
Woe is ancient word for saying destruction, bro. So how did let's talk about England. How did England become rich? And this is an island country. You know, this country is not even a massive country, bro. You can travel this through the land in a straight line in a few hours, really. But this place ruled the planet through blood, bro. They killed, they fucking they raped, robbed, and murdered. They put in wars where no one outside of the Edomites could prosper within England. That's facts. I remember a few years back they were complaining about the royal fucking helm. What's that royal crown? Yeah, the Elam wanted the rubies back, and you know what I'm saying?
They say that the carriage was Kenyan gold.
Kenyan gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so basically,
The carriage. I mean, they said the carriage was made from gold from Kenya.
they wanted it back. But you're right, man, because they got some kind of link there anyway.
Yeah.
They stole from there too, bro. They're all over the world. But the point is, they
You
built.
have the King William. They was going up to Jamaica. They said, we don't want you.
Yeah, you got them. You got Benjamin there with them fucking Union. That's our flag as well, by the way. Because the Union Jack, who unite? First of all, Jake ruled England. England was united by the King James, bro. He united Wales, Ireland, and the UK, man. United Kingdom. Anyway, you got Benjamin, you know, they go wave the flags for them Amalekites. When they go there. Really, you should be like them Benjamites that didn't want to fuck with Britain. They ran up to them hills, man. Hey, go on, man. Go on, give us support. Yeah, but this is a kingdom of blood, basically. And that shame is being open to devils, man. That's why they can never run from it. You're shameful, man. And even I notice when you deal with Edomites nowadays, man, they're still proud, but because of all this history, they're just exposed. Everyone knows that you're just the devil. Everyone knows that. So it's like the pride of this kingdom is slowly getting shattered, bro. But the main, when it's gonna really be shattered, is when Yahushua comes back. That's when he's gonna end it all, man. Because you know the scriptures talk about these devils, and even in Revelation it says till the end they're still gonna be proud. It says they're not gonna repent of their murders. But go ahead, bro. Let's go on, sir.
Numbers 35 and 30. So you shall not pollute the land wherein you are, for blood defileth the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
So basically, this place, the world will never be perfect until we get you. He's on the run, man. He's on the run. There's a future in about James on him. Shun him. Drive him back. What is that? Shun him. Drive him back to his London land. We gotta read the scrolls on it. But these are
your place out of his home in Europe.
Yeah. That's right, man. They will, yeah. And they did that. You know what? These devils, when you look at even the history of Rome, these fucking devils, you might have had like a Caesar in power, and then you might have had another Caesar wanting to get in power, another lesser Caesar wanting to get in power. So you know what they'll do? They'll rally up another set of troops. So they just kill each other. They're like, go on. Say it.
This is for example, where you got killed by Brutus. It was just people took him as a son in the lot, and then you had after that series of generals, man, were basically killing each other through that establishment, man, during the time of the Roman Empire. You know?
Yeah, so they'll just kill each other. Go on.
But at the end of the day, they're bloody remember, these Edomites are actually vengeful by nature.
This is Revelation 6 and 4. And there went out another horse that was red, and power was given to him to take
the red horse. That represents Esau and this Roman Empire that we live in. Rome. And this is Rome all over again, basically. A kingdom of war. And Rome didn't prosper without war, man. You gotta remember, man, Esau they're not no people of peace, man. There ain't no peace here. They're all about war. If war don't run for them, they can never function. What did the elite say? The elite, what's they saying? That basically you make money when blood runs in the streets.
Yeah.
So how the fuck can you prosper? We actually walking on blood, bro. We walk on a land of soil of blood. There's no prospering here. Look, man, I've seen things in America where they dug things up and they find remnants of basically bones of slaves in New York and different places. That's a fact, bro.
There's certain plantations that still are open for visiting and stuff like that, where Jake is suffering, and it's so bad. Even our practice will have weddings there.
I think even United Desmond, one of those buildings, the Donald Trump building, had that very bones of slaves underneath the buildings, man. Archives of jail buried underneath skyscrapers and shit. Man.
Yeah.
The whole of America, Babylon the Great, is built on the blood of the saints, man. We just talk about the blood of the saints.
Yeah.
That's why the devil, so-called white man, he's the red goose, man. Like you said, he's not about peace.
War.
He's not made to bring peace in the earth.
Yeah.
He's made to take peace from the earth. That's what the scripture says.
Hey, even the Geronimo Act, in the end, we should have never trusted the round, what they call it, the round aisle. So, because you had them fucking ones that helped them take down other Gadites for him. And he just, after the end of it, take that suit off them and put them in a cage. Apaches and all that. After the end of it, because they were helping Esau rally up other, they were great trackers. So they would help Esau capture other Gadites. Then at the end, Esau, basically dead, because Indians are nothing but the N word, the same as Judah, Benjamin, and Edomites. We ain't no different. Puerto Ricans, they're the same. Why do you think you're all in the ghettos, man? Anyway, he rallied them all up in the cages after, remember? And they said to the other guy that you should have never have trusted the white eye. Or something. You know, we call him the white eye, or whatever his name is. The white cheat.
Intelligence agencies, they manipulate all the war that's going on. The CIA, they started a lot of wars in South America, Africa.
See,
Actively creates war.
the CIA, they started the war in the inner cities of America. With Jake. The drugs. Even the thing. Nicaragua, yeah.
They overthrow governments.
Yeah. Yeah, even them devils, they fucking put guns in them communities on the fucking train tracks. So some little youth playing a basketball just sees a fucking machine gun, brings it. Yeah, man.
They show you that movie on the war.
Yeah.
Nicholas
Cage.
Cage.
Yeah.
Even in that movie, about Snowfall,
Yeah.
show you.
What they're doing now with Ukraine. All
Yeah,
that
yeah,
money that they are giving to Ukraine for their weapons.
Yeah.
It's only because they own the companies that's producing the weapons. They ship them over to Ukraine. You don't know if them men are using their weapons. They take them and sell them again in Africa. And make double money.
Well, the fucking Kalashnikov is a famous gun in Africa, bro. The Kalashnikov, where's that made? It's fucking, that's an Edomite weapon, the best rifle ever. That shit was made in Russia. But it's the fucking, that's on the flag of Angola. Yeah, that's like the flag of Angola is a Kalashnikov. Every motherfucker gone, brother.
No, I was just gonna say
Yeah,
this.
go on. They all love that shit, but that's an Edomite weapon. That's Esau shit, gone.
This is it's from the Economic Times from the 8th of August 2022. It says only 30% of Western weapons making it to Ukraine front lines. What's happening with the other 7?
Yeah, they're funding civil wars and they're giving it to Bin Laden, man. He's still alive. Apparently they got him. Apparently they got him, but we never saw the body and all that. They got him. They got him, brother.
Yeah, could I just say just real quick, because they even did that in Syria too with the Benghazi Gate situation. You know, it was all about supplying weapons and all that.
Yeah, all of that. Who do you think funds them? Esau, man.
Hey, that cruise is king. Someone get
Harbinger of death, man.
Yeah, this is Genesis 25th chapter, verse 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents.
One of the two game talks about him being heartless. The sword is his blessing. Esau's blessing is the sword. Revelation 6 talks about the grace.
Genesis 27 and verse 39. And Isaac, his father, answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth, and of the dew of heaven from above, and by the sword shalt thou live.
Yeah, by the sword you're gonna live. So that's a characteristic we know of Esau. You know, so we know who the Edom. That's another thing too, because you got people that push the doctrine that Esau's Japhet or whatever. No, Esau is a soul white man ruling today, bro. That lives by the sword.
It's the characteristics in the Bible described for Esau.
Yeah.
Japheth doesn't fit that.
Japhet is drinking hookah. Drinking liquor. They're all fucked up in Australia. They ain't got no say on the world, man.
This is Genesis.
He said, that's what he said. What you said, you shall live by the sword.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
This is Genesis 4:22. It says, and Zilha, she also bare Tubal Cain, an instructor of every artificer in brass and iron.
Yeah, so that's basically like a craftsman. A craftsman, yeah.
A swordsmith.
Yeah. So come on, you gotta be an artificer to make a weapon that can melt your bones. That without Esau's got the weapons that can melt your heart. It can melt. That's an artificer, bro. Ray guns. They were using that in Panama, splitting cars in half. Oh, eraser. Yeah, you can see through the wall and all that. And they could, yeah, man. They got all of that.
It's said about Cain, right? If you look at the top 25 weapons producers, all the companies are basically America, Europe. You've got Lockheed Martin, that's the number one.
That's
USA.
That's American.
That's an American one. You've got that's number 2 is Boeing.
British company.
That's US. Raytheon is 3. right? You've got BAE Systems. That's number 4.
Those are all aircraft.
Ain't no Jakes. Ain't no Jakes. You know, Yardies only. Northrop Grumman, US again. They're all United States companies. That's why they love war. What do they call it? The military industrial complex.
Yeah.
These good Christians from America that love everybody, that come to the camps and tell us we gotta love everyone.
Yeah.
They're the main proponents of the sword in the earth.
They are.
Right? What's this? Airbus. And it's all airplane companies too.
That's what I was gonna say, because
Yeah.
when you go to war, the advantage of height is important. So it makes sense that the top companies, when it comes to war, are all aeroplane companies.
All Edomites, look, Tails, France,
Yeah.
right?
I think even,
Leonardo,
yeah, Italy.
That's Italy.
That's where the Beretta comes from. And all that.
Right.
Italy.
And I'm struggling to find a country here
Famous guns.
that's not US or, and I'm already going into the top. They're all American companies and British, and I think you've got an Israeli company in there somewhere as well. So that proves that.
That's probably over all of them as well. Like. Hey, but you know, Yahushua in Ezekiel, there's a scripture, but he said we're gonna get rid of all of that. You know what I mean? We're gonna fucking burn all of these shit.
To Psalms 140, subheading says prayer for protection against the wicked. To the chief musician, Psalm of David, says, deliver me, O Lord, from the evil man, preserve me from the violent man. Who's that? Let's talk about Esau. He's the evil man, he's the
Well, why do you think they why do you think they promote all this fucking violence on the planet? Why do you think all these countries, even where Jake is at, everywhere in the world, there's fucking lunatics, niggas, man, cutting each other's heads off, murdering each other, all of that. No fucking remorse. That's the spirit of Esau, bro.
So it's Esau instigating everything.
Yeah, but
An agents to start like riots and shit like that. So he's the one instigating all the violence and shit like that.
yeah. Because even the gang and shit, they're all lesser luminaries. You're not, but murder is a part of the luministic rituals. Police squads.
security badges.
Yeah.
Security for the Rothschild.
Yeah, and hold on, if this fucking system was so righteous, why have you not cleared all that up, man? You got all these, and you know what? This man's the devil because you got lands where Edomites live, like Finland and shit. They've got like a low crime rate because they'll rehabilitate murderers and shit. The guy will come out and never do anything again. But you know what? In lands like England and America, you make it worse, man. You put these guys in there, never helping them to, they're not gonna prosper anyway. They're demons. But I'm saying you're creators of death.
And they make money too.
But then we know that things can be changed, but they're creators of death.
You're going to see someone might go in for a petty crime, and then you're putting them with like hardened criminals.
That's going to make internal. Exactly. Because to prosper, you have to become worse. That's the only way you get, or you survive even in this society in general to get anything. You have to become a real demon.
Put the general population, and they come out speaking Arabic.
Yeah, go on.
I just want to finish this.
Go on, sorry, go on.
Back in the point. Psalms 140 and 2, it says, which imagine mischiefs in their heart. Continually are they gathered together for war.
Wait, how do we, they imagine mischiefs? That's the Illuminati. Look, even the thing as well, the fucking music society that we live in, the music is demonic. When you think about it, bro, the music's demonic in this kingdom. You know, it promotes adultery, it promotes murder, it promotes like gang shit and all that. It promotes anything, unrighteous is promoted, man. That's mischief. That's by design. Because even when you look at hip hop back in the days, it was more of an expression of oppression, conscious, and the community was about the community. That's a demon. But it was about the break dance, the graffiti, a little bit of freestyle. You know what I'm saying? Now, what's it become? Now it's about we have to murder one another. Yeah, say that again. Right?
J-double-O's, man. Kanye too.
Oh yeah, he did. Should have took heed to Kanye's, man.
Because you got people that.
And you know what? Even Kanye, I'm sorry.
I was saying this point of the music. You got I think Marvin Gaye, he had songs that they didn't release because it was too popular for the community. They didn't want it. Am I right in saying that?
I've heard that. Yeah.
Songs like
But no, he had other records.
Just like that.
Yeah, but like that. He had other records that was more like beneficial to Jake. But they said, we're not selling that. You're gonna carry on speaking about, women and adultery. Artistic.
You got these conscious rappers. They don't really put them on the map like that.
Yeah,
They just they put them on like a medium scale level. And they just keep them like that. And they promote violence and stuff. Because they make a lot of money, like prison industrial complexes, all of that stuff. They make a killing out of that. And it's just all to do with you being mentally sick. Jake especially.
This is Psalms chapter 50, verse 20. It says, "Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son."
Yeah, that's going into Jacob and Esau, basically. Because we are brothers, but he's the wicked, we're the righteous. And you know what? His whole thing about slandering us is what keeping us down, man. That's why it's all a fucking. This kingdom is a trick bag. The only way out of it is through Yahweh Shai, man. The word, the truth. It's only like most of our people, they deny the word. They're still stuck in the trick bag. What they call it, the system. The system is the pit. That's the trick bag you're in. I'm gonna make it out this way. I'm gonna make money. When you make money, guess what? You make money, and whose face is on the money? Esau. It's not your people. It's not you ruling. What makes you a ruler is when you have Edomites under you, and you can kill them if you want and get away with it.
Genesis 27:38. And Esau said unto his father, "Hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father."
Yeah.
And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, "Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth."
That's the blessing Esau, though. The fatness of the earth represents all the best part. And that even annoys you. You might watch them travel shows, and Esau's got every best part of the land, bro. They own all the best parts, bro. And then the Jakes and the foreigner Jakes are in the crevices, just in the bottom parts, man. And they own the fatness of Australia. You know how great the earth is great, and they own the best of it. We're in a low position, man.
I've got a piece of the island.
Like, yeah.
Sandals.
He owns a lot of the beach fronts.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
because I see-
Sandals British company. Yeah.
No, there's crackers on them islands. They never even really seen the real people. They've just been on them resorts.
Yeah,
No,
that's
'cause
not about Gaza.
You know about Gaza. You know about the gully and the Benjamins. They'll, that's when you really see what's going on. When you see the real people, the trenches, basically, so you can understand. They don't live like that. Hey, look, America is meant to be the beacon of the world. America, some of the lands in America, some of them places are fucking third world countries. Baton Rouge. Have you seen it? Fucking niggas live in fucking tin houses, man. Like it's like for real, like it's a
Hollywood
California stuff.
Yeah, Skip Row. Yeah.
But America,
Hollywood is supposed to be like where you get all your movies. That's the bit where you get the.
yeah, you just take one turn.
Yeah, you take a turn. You got all of them biggers and bitches trying to come out there and just living in tents. America's done.
It's like the areas too.
Yeah.
You get that the rich area and the rich across the world.
Yeah, so the Edomites can watch you suffer.
No, so they got workers.
Entertainment, yeah.
They
That
got
too.
you got the posh building, but you need somebody to clean. So they put the pavilion right there. They don't build you up.
Yeah, they can't. They just watch over you like,
Yeah.
yeah, he can't.
And the dew of heaven from above. And it's the point.
Yeah, the dew of heaven, meaning basically they got everything.
Yeah.
And then Jacob is just, but that's all right, because whenever you read that, now that made me think of the parable of Lazarus. You know what I mean? And you know when we're on top, they're gonna ask us for like a cup of water and that. Nah, here, there's your cup.
Two of them.
Hey, Barakatah, y'all, Hashem, y'all, Shai. That's all right, man. That's all right, man.
What do you want to go drivers in this here before?
He was
Yeah, he was. I think he was talking shit. Yeah, because he was coming. He was going from Nando's, wasn't he?
You know.
Hey, brother, do your how, bro?
And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass that when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck. But the point being is the sword. Very time of power, you've got to serve with that sword.
Well, even you know what? Bruce is the master of the sword, because when they even conquered America, remember, when they never tell you that Esau, a lot of them, the tribes fucked Esau up. But you know, he had to win. He had to win. But you know, a lot of wars he lost. When you talk about Esau, they just came to Puerto Rico and wiped out the Taínos. Bro, the Taínos were fucking them up. But they don't tell you that history. All you hear about is Columbus went and killed them. Then they went to America, wiped them up. No, them tribes were messing Esau up. All the tribes messed Esau up, but he had to win. He had to win.
If I'm not wrong, that's why they went for the buffalo. Because it was easier to get the buffalo
But
than it was to get gun, right?
But this is what I was gonna make a point of this one. I was gonna make a point of this, the weapons. Because remember he fucking the Gatling gun came about. Then now you're getting these guns that can just blast 1 million men in 2 seconds. But prior it weren't like that. And yeah, you're right, the buffalo was killing the animals so that they couldn't eat. Using disease warfare. But I wanted to get on the point of the weapons because he created more vast technologies quickly. You know, in a short space of time. Then you had the westerns, the 10 shooters, and the guns became more, you know what I mean? Revolver, that's right. Before they had to, remember they had to load, quickly load. But then now it's come like, now you can just put 10 bullets in one weapon. So you can just quickly kill 6 men, 1 man can do that. So it's like, now it became a race to who can get the weapons. That's the Esau. Go on.
This is Psalms 17 and 13. Arise, O Lord, disappoint him and cast him down. Deliver my soul from the wicked, which is thy sword.
That's right, that's Esau, bro. He's the sword, basically, of the Lord, man. Hey, Esau is basically like a walking weapon, man. So you're never going to defeat Esau by his own, own means. There's no way. Even a few years back, when we had that guy, he came out of nowhere, he had like a rally of dates with him. Remember, he was marching, Master J. You know what happened? There was an Edomite made a video and he said, we can take them out. Just one of us can take them out.
Yeah.
Remember that Navy SEAL general guy? He's like, one of us.
Make him up.
They all out in the open. They all out in the open. He said,
they make him
all right. You know, but you won't put it. You know, Esau's a master of that. You know, he's a cunning hunter, man. The scriptures call him a cunning hunter. Go on, and you have something like as well. Go on.
This is Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 5. He also, because he transgresseth by wine, he is a proud man, neither keepeth at home. He enlargeth his desire as hell, and is as death.
He says, and he doesn't keep at home. That you just read that. So he's everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. Yes, that's right, man. And you know what's funny? Because I spoke to God. I'm gonna bring it. Bring it now.
Okay. This is Jeremiah, 49, and verse. I'll start with verse. Get to the point 13. For I have sworn by myself, saith the Lord, that Basra shall become a desolation, a reproach.
And that's the ancient city of Edom, and that represents them today as well. It's America. And you know what? There was a cab driver, Afghani geezer, was talking with me. And he said to me, "Yeah, the Taliban have taken control back of Afghanistan, and it's better. Our women are wearing the veils again, because you know America have left, so to speak." But he told me that he was talking to an English dude, and the English dude was saying to him, "I bet you're happy being in our country." And he said, "Well, you know, I've sacrificed." He said, "Because now my kids will not follow my belief system, basically, because they're going to grow up in the West. So now they're going to, it's hard to keep your family under control here, because now they're going to be under the influence of the Babylon." So he said, so all the foreigners that come here, foreign people, because of you affected their country, now they have to follow your way of life.
Yep. Image of the beast.
Image of, that's the democracy in them.
Yeah,
Because you say it's hard to keep your people all in one check. You think about your own family, not every, like us people everywhere else is fucked up.
Yeah.
And no one ain't holding the Bible and your sister just wears a veil. Or you know what I'm saying? They're having a ball in the West.
Let me get
Go on, bro.
this. I get this one.
That's
I
that
jumped-
democracy, man. Go on, brother. Go on, brother.
What do you say? We got Jeremiah.
Jeremiah 51:7. Babylon has been a golden cup in the Lord's hand that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine, therefore the nations are mad.
Babylon, Bosra, Babylon is all intertwined, man.
Yeah.
And the Lord said in that one you read, said it's gonna basically go on.
Yeah.
Go on,
But really, I should have started with verse 12.
man. Go on.
Yeah, this is Jeremiah 49, verse 12. It says, "For thus saith the Lord, behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have surely drunken, and art thou he that shall altogether go unpunished." That's the point. And thou shalt not go unpunished, but thou shalt surely drink of it.
Yeah, that's Esau. There's even the one that says we're gonna force the cup, we're gonna force him to drink. You know? Yeah. So it all intertwined, but he even said the judge they whose judgment was not to basically, you know, because we're the Lord's people, man. So if the Lord did what he did to us, man, what the fuck's gonna happen to Esau and the other nation? But particularly Esau. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Everything.
Yeah, who he hates, man. Because hey, the Lord messed up Jake. When you look at Jake today, the consequences of the tribes today is slavery, basically. So, but then these devils for years have said, don't talk about that. You can't mention that. Bro, you psychologically have destroyed the Israelites, man. Mentally separated families, murdered us. All kind of wickedness, man.
Quick one.
Go on, bro.
Great.
Yeah, that's why they're gonna get messed up. They're
Okay,
gonna get
cool.
messed up. Go on, brother. Go on, brother. Go on, brother.
Yeah.
Lamentations 4:1. How is the gold become dim? How is the most fine gold changed? The stones of the sanctuary are poured out at the top of every street. The precious sons of Zion, comparable to fine gold, how are they esteemed as earthly riches?
Yeah, because we're looked at in a lower state. We're the princes. Who was on top? But that's why even Revelation, we're all interlinked. Because Revelation, what did it say? These two prophets tormented them. You know, they were happy, like they shall send gifts to one another, which the gifts was us. Slavery, hey, send this brother over here to Spain, to the kings of Spain. He's getting sent around. So we're going, but we're looked.
They shooting secret.
They're shooting secret at the perfect. So we are looked at as gold. We're gold, but in this kingdom we're looked at as earth and you know. So that's even why it shows you like we're the Israelites. You know, we're in a lower state. That's why it shows you even our mentality. You know, we can't be proud and shit. We ain't got shit, bro. Here is where rulers, and we know we are, but the Lord's got us in a state where a fucking Edomite is over us. Or some crackpot is your manager at work. So, you know what I'm saying? Some crackpot is your man. You're there like, you know what I'm saying?
Where's the dog outfit at home and shit?
Yeah,
No, but that's for real. That's real. That's real. No,
some crackpot
a
is
lot
your
of these Edomites, that's the lifestyle they live. They live some strange lifestyle, and it's normal to them. And then you gotta listen to this guy when you go to the workplace.
knowing what you know
Yeah.
in your mind. You know? Like, go ahead, brother. Go
So
ahead.
good. Wasn't you in the Gms yesterday? Now you're talking shit.
Real talk, bro.
It says, the precious sons of Zion, comparable to fine gold, how are they esteemed as earthen riches, the work of the hands of the potter. Good one, bro. Still in Lamentations 5:1. Remember, O Yahweh, what is come upon us. Consider and behold our reproach. Our inheritance is turned to strangers, our houses to aliens.
That's what's happened unto us, man. Our inheritance, strangers have it. The heathens are in our inheritance, basically. The land of Israel, they've been fighting over that for years, man. Ishmael and Esau. That's our inheritance. And not just the land of Israel, the whole planet. England's our inheritance. The world is ours, man. The world, Chico.
Second version says, the world.
I want what's coming to me. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
quote them. Read them.
We want what's coming to us, shall I say.
Yeah.
I'm joking, but we want what's coming to us, man. The world, brother. Go on.
It says,
Oh, yeah, nothing to go about the preaching.
Oh.
This is a quick one. This is the point. It's the second version 6. I'm just jump straight to the point.
Yeah, because we're tired of being at the bottom, man. Who the fuck, when you know what's going on, who the fuck wants to be at the bottom, bro?
the men of Lord are tired, but you can Jake is a homegrown slave.
Yeah.
Like in the society.
Trust in oppression.
They trust in oppression. They trust in the shadow of Egypt. And it is a shadow because in Egypt, Babylon's done that, man.
Just a quick one on the point. I'm just going to jump straight to the point. Second Ezra 6:59. If the world now be made for our sakes, why do we not possess an inheritance of the world? How long shall this endure?
Yeah, so wherever our people are, we have no inheritance. You know what I'm saying? Even the lands where Jake is, like let's say the islands, for example, the lesser nations have more of the sharehold there. They might own the record companies there, they own the fucking shops there. Then the Jakes don't have nothing there. You know what I'm saying? They have, you might have one or two Jakes that have prospered, but as a whole, as a nation, everyone else is over, man.
The Lord said that us and our the Lord said the person that us and our king is so right from the top of the house all the way down. Israelites that were you read about if they wanted to slave you about forceful, you read about all the regal Jakes that were with. So human being a prophet doesn't make you exempt because you still have to go through that hell. And so
Now on that king,
persecution makes the white man mad. The more you grow, the more you learn how to handle the topic. Like it gets vexating the fact that you got eventually maybe evil and you're responsible for the
Oh no, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that if you go into the Forbes thing, right? Like they have a whole list of people, richest people in the world, and if you find out there's a lot of the Jakes that at the bottom. Like he got one Jake, he's worth 4 billion. The other Jake's worth 2, 1, and you know what I'm saying, like it's all at the bottom. So that shows you the state of Israel.
Yeah.
So even if you're trying to make it in the system somehow, some way, it's gonna look like you're making it. But on the general, perspective, you're not making anything at all.
But even Nas, he had a lyric, man. I don't remember what album it is. He had a lyric. The crazy thing is when you're at the top, it's all white folks. I don't remember the lyric. They said, hey, the crazy. I can't remember how he put it. He wordsmithed it. He said, the crazy thing is when you're at the top, it's all white people, basically. So that's true. You can be a billion. Dr. Dre, the first hip hop billionaire. What the fuck is that?
And Jake should have been
a billion pounds to eat. Sorry, go on, bro.
Now I was gonna say, Slocky, brother. Basically, Jake should have been a billionaire. When you actually do research how long Jake's been in America for, it should have been a billionaire. It shouldn't have to be the first billionaire.
It took this long, 2023, Dr. Dre to become a billionaire.
You got this guy, LeBron James, right? That's just on the back of the point you made. The guy, he's got a lifetime contract from Nike for $1 billion, right? So if Nike can give him $1 billion for a lifetime, how much is Nike making?
Exactly.
Because it's going to be profitable.
Yeah.
Quadruple that.
Quadruple.
That's infinite
10 times more than that.
28 and 10, 15 the curses.
It's Ecclesiastes 10, verse 6, the boys and 7. Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place. I've seen servants upon horses.
Yeah, this kingdom's about folly, man. Basically, it's just all about folly. And they said it's set in great dignity, meaning it's set. The folly is exalted. Like Sam Smith. Madness, bro. Sam Smith, there's many. Who else is there? Lady Gaga. Who else? Little Nazi X. Little Nazi X is so sick.
Petrax, that's a bloody dude, man. Petrax.
Folly is set in great dignity, bro. Love Island.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Fucking the only way is Essex. Just basically folly shit, like like dudes on braids and whatever, man, or bitches with thick lips and all that bollocks. Top Gear. Wherever it is, it's all but the fun is all that lust and the pride of life, isn't it? That's the folly. Go on, man.
Well, it says, I've seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth.
That's right. So the princes is us walking as servants. Brother, you go in a venue and go in a place, you got this fucking 6'5" gladiator Jake, but they've got some little twerp Edomite is his boss in the McDonald's. This dude's like a titan. Like he's an Israelite. He's obviously of the 2/3. Whatever I'm saying, he's a Jake, right? But he's got this fucking tranny as his manager.
different things. So
That's why you gotta fucking run to the hills, man. I'm telling you, man. It's hard to do that because you gotta pay bills, you gotta live, you gotta pay bills, you gotta fucking pay bills out here, you got shit you gotta do. But that's part of our curses, man. That's why we gotta pray for destruction. There's that more, man.
The fifth verse, though, on that one, it says there's an error in the earth. Well, when you read the fifth verse,
Let's read it for you. It's verse 5, and it says, "There's an evil which I've seen under the sun, as an error which proceeded from the ruler."
yeah,
That's the elites.
yeah.
The error that proceeded from the rulers, because the people that rule this place, they're in error. The only one that can rule this place in righteousness is Yahweh Shai, really. Because even ourselves, the Lord will not, He will give Jake the kingdom. Let's say the Lord give us the kingdom on this physical level. We will do sin. We will make mistakes. We will do, I'm going to have different thoughts to you. We're not going to be in, you know what I'm trying to say? Or that's how the shit goes. And then men are susceptible to demons. So the Lord has to come back. And that's hence why we're looking for the kingdom of heaven. Go on.
Isaiah 51 and verse 14, the captive exile hasteneth that he may be loosed, and that he should not die in the pit, nor that his bread should fail.
So we're the captive, we're the exiles, because we're exiled from our land, and we're hastening to be loose, meaning we're desperate to be free. You know? It's a system, bro. And there's no way you can avoid this place, man. You know? Even in this place, you might have to jump from job to job. They want you to do bullshit jobs that you don't even want to do, just to fucking make a little ends meet. I know it's kind of, I'm not gonna get in a way. You can kind of see why people turn to fucking trying to steal millions from somewhere, but then at the same time it's off. You know what I mean? Whatever they're doing to do it, you can kind of see it, but at the same time, what happens is it's a trick because you do it, then Esau arrests you anyway. Then you're serving him for the rest of your life in his realm.
I got a very Sirach 10 and 1. The wise judge will instruct his people, and the government will approve man well ordered. As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers. And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein. An unwise king destroyeth his people, through the prudence of them that are in authority, the city shall be inhabited. So people, like you said, doing a bank job, they're doing it because Esau's on a bank job.
But they're fucking looking at it like, how do I get up there?
That's a big point that you made there.
Even
You were saying, you mentioned like the bank job. The bank job. You said, what was want to do a bank job? It's stuff like it, but at least
you can almost see why.
I know what you're saying. It's not condoning that, but that's how Esau got his riches. You need to look at Job was doing the sector. He swallowed down riches.
Because when there's crisis, they make even more money.
They were charging people like £1,700 for like.
But even that Slovakia because even that show, The Wire shows you that. Because you got that thing, he came up from Jake said, the mud and all that. And then that Marlowe geezer, right? He came from the mud to become a suit. Remember? And even he was like, what the fuck? He didn't really know it was a new world to him. But then they invited him in. But he came from the bottom world. But it's all intertwined. It's a monopoly game, and who runs it? The elites. George Carlin said it. It's a secret society that we're not invited in. They bring you in slowly if they see value in you. But it's all dirty, man. Because when you get up in the top world now I'm gonna have to destroy a whole community to build the houses there or complexes there. That's not how it works.
That's why the book of Psalms is told not to help people destroy it.
Yes, right.
And you see Esau's lifestyle, the luxurious lifestyle, the supercars, everything. You want to live that lifestyle.
I need that, yeah.
But that's what they do. Looking at gang, so extortion.
Yes, it's
Start Jake.
That's right.
Jake was on the taxi, or you need to give me like $200 or whatever every week. You know how it goes. Jake be doing a lot of wickedness, man. But they're following Esau. That's the ways of the devil.
And you know what? Yeah, go on, brother.
Proverbs 3:31, envy thou not the oppressor and choose none of his ways.
That's right. So that's why we're supposed to be happy where we are, because as much as people might have a couple of $100,000 or whatever, yeah, they don't have the truth. So you're just dealing with when you even see someone that's, you might run into a celebrity. Brothers have run into celebrities, boxers, fucking entertainers, all of that. But guess what, man? They don't have the information you have. They're just bugged out. They just got a deal. So you're not supposed to envy them. They're of the world, man.
Can we bring this up?
They're entertained. So I can.
So 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 9. So the day that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts, which drown men in destruction and perdition. So going after this way, Esau's ways, man, trying to make money any way you can. For the avenues he's giving you, drugs and whatever, man, all leads to more death and destruction. And all these celebrities that Jay idolize, their life is never as grand as you think it is, man. It's full of bones, man. Curse. Yeah.
Hey, look at Scotty Pippen. He's a fucking legend. Right. He's supposed to be what you're meant to be. Oh, okay, you got all the money. Bro, the man's woman has got man bad out here. And it's the same thing. A lot of their kids end up fucked up, end up on drugs and all, because the curses will get to you anyway. Money ain't the answer to everything. Them curses will tear you up. You could have all the money in the world. The demons will come, they'll fuck your life up, man.
So Esau's how you focus on when you're so poor. Yeah. And you think that's the answer because I'm so poor, I can't do this and that. Yeah. That's only part of the problem. Righteousness is more important than all of that, man. But Esau got you on doing all this wickedness.
Just a precept quickly, if I may. This is Luke chapter 3 and verse 8. Behold, we are yet this day in our captivity, where thou hast scattered us for a reproach and a curse, and to be subject unto payments, according to all the iniquity of our fathers, which departed from the Lord our God.
Yeah, man. So in this society, man, we stop with the curses. Yeah, we stop with the curses, man. And this place it's not meant for prosperity. It's not for us to do well, man. We're being punished right now. We're being punished by Yahweh time. So what you don't understand is that we've done bad. We've done bad against every father, man. We're here to be punished. And look at the devil, Esau, the white man, ruling over us, man, to show us, to give us that punishment, man.
This is Deuteronomy 28 and 29. And thou shalt grow at the noonday as the blind grow in darkness. And thou shalt not prosper in thy ways, and thou shalt be only oppressed and swelled, and no man shall save you.
Yeah. So we were looking for ways to get out of the system, to do well, and that kind of stuff. Jay always got 1,000 ideas, man. Like he gonna get out the hood and be this and do that.
Get out the mud.
Get out the mud, They always looking for ways to do things, but those ways those routes that they usually take ain't often good ones. They ain't legit, But they're thinking they're gonna, build off that. You can't build off wickedness, man. We should understand this by now. We can't build off wickedness. It doesn't end well for us, man.
And it's in Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 22. For my people are foolish. They have not known me. They are sottish children, and they have none understanding.
So what do you expect to accomplish when you don't understand the ways of the Heavenly Father, man? What do you expect to accomplish when the Most High is against you? Now you might think, these rappers and whatever, God's blessed them because they're rich and shit now, right? No, Esau's blessed them, right? Esau's blessed them in there. Even Ye put in one of these tracks, the white man's world, we're the ones that are chosen. Esau's the one putting them up on game in terms of money and all that kind of business. But what they got to do to get it?
So
It's really Satan. Matthew, the 4th chapter. It's tempted of the devil. He said, look, bow down to me. All these celebrities, they bow down with.
They gave in.
They bow down with 360 deals, man.
Because what's on the table, what Esau puts on the table ain't worth it, man. No one compares to what the Most High is offering you.
Even that, they're revealing it all now. All of that. Yeah, they're saying that.
They always feel bad about it. They always having, their life's messed up, man.
They don't want to tell you exactly what they did.
Yeah.
That's why Yang won't tell you exactly what he did. They will talk about other people. They won't tell you exactly what he did, man. But it's fucking shame.
That's why they gotta keep working.
James 5:1. Go to now, you rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth.
Yeah, man, a bunch of fucking FRNs anyway. You're corrupted, man. As soon as this place goes digital, man, you're gonna lose all this shit. You know?
Well, when you had the 619 thing, nobody had work. All them actors, all of them little doing gigs, that was finished overnight.
Man, man, trying to be relevant on the internet.
They were doing the qualified song.
Yeah.
Listening to that.
Yeah.
But how many podcasts started in when it's 619? Everybody wanted to be a podcaster.
Yeah, they're stuck.
You know? We got a YouTube page.
Yeah, we got YouTube page.
Let's finish off the last. Verse 3. Your gold and silver is cankered, and the rust of them shall be a witness against you, and shall eat your flesh as it were fire.
Unjust gains, man. They can be a witness against you. Because what you did to get all that shit. You know? The Lord ain't blind to the shit you do in the dark, man. You know?
You've heaped treasure together for the last days.
Yeah, and that goes for Esau too. You know, you've amassed all this wealth and all this power. Guess what, man? You're gonna lose it all in that day. You know? It's all based on blood.
Sirach of Ecclesiasticus 10, verse 28. My son, glorify thy soul in meekness and give it honor according to the dignity thereof. Who will justify him that sinneth against his own soul? And who will honor him that dishonoreth his own life?
Yeah, that's it, man. Like I said, the life you chose, man, ain't nothing to brag about. You know, I know you like to stunt with Jake and be boastful and proud because of what station you are compared to other Jake.
Yeah.
You're not on Esau's station. You're still well below his level, and you know that when you go and see him. you know that when you go and see him, man. But you get to boast upon other Jake, man, and have other Jake envy you, and have other Jake try and follow in your footsteps, so they become more wicked than what they were, man.
It's nothing we did big getting around. When you go around, although we did that experiment, where we do camp, where you just got these houses, got regular as hell, over a mil. Yeah. Just casually over a mil. Who lives there? Esau lives there.
Right? They don't even live there. They're just renting it out.
Exactly.
It's only renting it out.
Proverbs chapter 8 and verse 11. For wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it.
See, I people don't understand this word, this gospel, this word, its true value. Right? Because they believe in this world, and this world it has no benefit if you're in this world. You know, it's not going to get you rich unless you sell out your people and pay for $1 or something. You know, it's not going to benefit you like that. It's not going to benefit us in the world to come. But the Lord demands our obedience now, right? So we can be worthy of the world to come. So we can gain all the things that was promised to us, man. All the riches and the peace. Like, Jay don't have peace, man. And that the peace is underrated here. Yeah. You know, it's underrated here, man. We would everything for peace, man. Because right now, Jay is going up the problems and troubles all the time, man. But money ain't gonna answer those things. Yeah, boy, biggie.
Okay, you got money. Go get yourself one of them nice watches and walk around.
Yeah.
See how quickly.
See how long it stays on your wrist.
Yeah. Sometimes getting money ain't the best thing because people start looking at you, people get envious.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Jake. Look, Jake get envious, man. Oh, okay, I see man's got me training to do this. He's popping bottles. Why? The next thing you know,
Happened to us, what's that boxer? Amir Khan came to East London, stunned. That guy saw his Rolex. Yeah, he jumped out of the car.
You got Edomites too that will see that and get jealous of that because they think and believe they should be on a higher level.
Yeah, they'll go
Their
your house
houses
down.
living above
They'll
them.
go
Got
your
that
house down.
element
They'll
too.
burn down. Your house got burned down. Next door neighbors. I can have one house isolated on its own, and that's the only one that burned down.
Yeah.
Honestly. Target hit. Strategic.
Ecclesiasticus 10 and 9. Why the earth and ash is proud? There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. For such an one setteth his own soul to serve, because while he liveth, he cast away his bound.
Right? The scripture also say, man, that pride is not made for man. It's not a place for man to be full of pride.
about over himself. But that, like I said, never ends well, man. But especially we got guys, they give glory to God and all this kind of bullshit, right? They don't know the Heavenly Father in the Scripture, though. Right? They got their own idol in their mind that they praise, right? God don't respect that. So when you're doing it, that's a waste. That's a waste. Because really, you're God's Satan in this world. If you're in this world and you believe in the things that this world can give you, you believe in Satan. Because Satan's in control of this world. He rules in this world. Right? That's why Satan, as we mentioned earlier, Satan was offering the kingdoms to Yahweh Shai. Because it was his time to have dominion over the earth. Right? So if you're praising this and praising that, really you're praising Satan in this world.
There's a time and a place for everything. Now it's not our time. This is Esau's time.
That's right.
So let Esau
That's why we're commanded to be patient.
Exactly. Yeah, suffer.
That's it.
Yeah. Because there's nothing wrong with having riches, but money is a defense, as the scripture says. You had rich men that was in the street, like Awashai, Parker's son.
Yeah,
they had money. Awashai didn't grow up poor. He had money, but he choose that over doing this work.
He said he made himself poor for our sake.
King David. I mean, Moses, which is King David, he gave up the riches for what? To serve the Lord, man. So it's about having integrity, right? What you're willing to do just for money's sake. Right?
They'll do anything. And social media shows that the most. A guy will do anything for attention, do the most maddest thing. Because they know they're gonna get views and likes or say the greatest shit. And it's like for the money, man.
Yeah, and you guys see now, Charles White.
Oh yeah.
About sodomizing kids. He does it for clout.
Yeah, he does it for the clout, man. He got caught up in the money making, man.
Jacob no shame. People got no shame at him.
They'll do anything.
But they don't have the mercy of the kingdom.
Well, they trying to unlock the blueprints of this world. You know what I mean? They concentrate on what they can do in this world, how things work, and how they can exploit it. The matrix, right? But you need to focus on the scriptures, man. Because that's the key to everlasting life right there. You know? We've brought his point on that point.
Isaiah 31:1. Woe to them that go down to Egypt for help, and stay on horses and trust in chariots, because they are many, and in horsemen, because they are very strong, but they look not unto the Holy One of Israel, neither seek they the Lord Jehovah. Because the majority of our people still are disillusioned by the fact that this place, even though this place is evidently burning down, a lot of our people look at the fact that these Edomites still prevail in the war, that they're still they showcase that one odd Israelite celebrity that sees them doing war, and then try to map it out as if you persevere in that light, you're gonna get there. But ultimately, even in all of these entertainment films,
that's why they make it as glamorous as possible. They make it as glamorous as possible, man. So Jake's starry-eyed, but you don't see the shit behind it. That's why they never That's why they never tell you. They want to tell Jake, this is what you gotta do, like a regular Jake coming from the book, to tell you the reality. They might think twice about it, but that's why it's a secret society. You got to be invited in.
Babylon, the woman at the point.
Yeah.
Even John the Revelator, he
marveled at
that. And even with like, you want to like think that want to get into like the whole economic landscape of things. Like you got like France, for example, which has a lot of GDP in the whole of Africa, with 54 different economies. And you got all them Jakes that are talking about building. And going back from Babylon, going to America, going back to Africa and Ghana.
Which Africa ain't your land anyway. Yes. So all these Jakes dispersed from Senegal and all these countries. Talking about Africa ain't the motherland. The scripture said Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of us all, man. So really, all that building back home, they don't even want to. Most of our people don't even want to connect back to where they're really from.
Yeah,
and like connecting back to these. I think you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, because even if you built yourself a little kingdom, all you be doing is repeating the same fucking cycle this whole time, because you don't know righteousness. Right. So we only end up destroying that too and destroying ourselves again.
No, but they had. That's what I was gonna say. You had those. You already had that. You messed it up. Yeah. Jake wants to go back and build what we already had. We already had that.
Because they don't know that we're other persons of the nation. That's right. They don't know their roots and the fact that we're Israelites. We're covenant with the Most High. That's the issue.
And that's why it's so important to teach our people who they are, or why they're in the condition that they're in. You know, us not telling them that, man, is doing a disservice, man, because they don't know what to do about the situation, man. They don't know how to act, how to be right, the Lord, how to be blessed. Always about, oh, I'm blessed. You ain't blessed. Well, I'm saved. You ain't saved.
So the answer is seek out the book of the Lord.
That's right.
So the answer is already there.
That's right.
That's the way out.
Yep. Don't get that precept.
Psalm 73 and 12. Behold, these are the ungodly, prosper in the world. They increase in riches. And
that's for the wicked, man. You know, don't expect to prosper here, man. We ain't fulfilled our part of the deal yet. Right? So we're gonna be under the curse until we fulfill the part of our deal. Well, most sides don't make us, man. Alright?
Sirach chapter 5, verse 7. Make no tarrying to turn to the Lord, and put not off from day to day. For suddenly shall the wrath of the Lord come forth, and in thy security thou shalt be destroyed, and perish in the day of vengeance. You know, so we ain't supposed to be putting off from day to day. You know, the scriptures speak about it, he may run and read it for you. You know, at the end of the day, like making your bed in Babylon ain't gonna save you. We're waiting for Yahweh Shai. Okay? Because that's our hope. That's our only way out of here, man. We're under these curses. You know? So ultimately we need Yahweh Shai, man. We need change. Okay?
The scriptures say the fashion of this world passes away. What's the point of building it? Yeah? If everything's gonna be dissolved and be destroyed, why is our people spending, you know, putting so much time in this place, thinking that, you know, you're gonna have some everlasting memorial of yourself and your achievements and some shit? This is all gonna get put down, man. Everything's gonna get put down.
It's like Egypt again. You know, they want to stay home and go back to here. Yeah, they don't want to leave it. You know? That Stockholm syndrome.
Okay, the water, bro. Yeah, this is 1 Samuel 2, because you was saying that like Jake finds like different like different ways to make it in society, right? But it's the Lord that makes you poor. So this is 1 Samuel 2 and 7. The Lord make it poor and make it rich. He bring it low and lift it up. So that's just the thing. You know, the Most High, He's the one that's gonna take, because He brought us down low. So it's gonna be Him that's gonna take us out of it. You can't take yourself out of the curses.
It's not a thing for the Most High to make a poor man rich.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that he had the right, he had a mind on the right things, the Heavenly Father blessed him with all of the abundance. And
Wisdom brings riches, man. Yeah. When you're wise, when you have true knowledge and understanding, it brings you so much more. You don't understand how much it adds onto a man and what it can achieve. When you got no wisdom, which our people generally don't have, everything ends in failure. You know, and that's why, even though you might make some money, you might sling some drugs away, you might make some bit of money or whatever, man. Guess what? You speak about putting money like bags full of holes. It don't ever last long. You know, come on, yeah, it don't ever last long, man. Because you might have it for a time, and then next week you ain't got nothing, man. You're in a slammer somewhere, or you're dead, you know, or whatever the case may be. You know, Jay, it's fleeting. Everything here is fleeting. You know.
This is Proverbs 23 and 4. Labor not to be rich. Cease from thine own wisdom. It says, will thou set thine eyes upon that which is not? For riches certainly make themselves wings. They fly away. So everything out here is temporal. Man.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So that's why
but wisdom is permanent.
It's eternal.
That's right. Right? The game is not to get all this money, because it's not going to last anyway. The game is to get this wisdom, get this truth. Okay?
Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 7. Wisdom, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
Right, so that's the starting point. Right? This truth, this knowledge is the starting point, man. The fear of the Lord is the starting point. Right? And now people got everything backwards, man. You know, got everything backwards. Right? Get that one?
Yeah. Haggai 1 and 3. Then came the word of the Lord Yahweh by Haggai the prophet, saying, is it time for you O ye to dwell in your sealed houses, and this house lie waste. Talking about the temple. Now therefore, thus saith the Lord power, Lord Jehovah of hosts, consider your ways. Ye have sown much and bring in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough.
How much does Jake work at it? Jake working all kinds of hours, man. All kinds of hours, man. Like they don't even exist in a week. You know what I'm saying? There's so much that they're doing, and yet they can't bring in nothing that's sufficient enough really for them.
If I can add as well, it's the way this society is designed. Like, not being poor is expensive. Right? So it doesn't, like, being poor is what we mean by that is you want to go get something, you can't afford it, you got to get a credit card. That credit card, because you're poor, has a bad interest on it. So then now a £700 laptop now costs you 1,200. Whereas you usually can just buy it for 7.
But you go pay 4%, 5% now, whatever it is. By the time if you ever finish paying it off, you probably go bankrupt before then anyway. That's what usually happens, right? Yeah. You know, you pay for like 2, 3 houses, man, in interest. How is that fair when you're poor? How is that supposed to work?
There's a thing online that's gone viral about like this Jake woman who basically bought a 2007 or 2004 Ford, right? But because of the interest, it's going to cost her like $40,000.
She's going to buy a brand new top of the range car, but she can't afford that. Can't afford it.
It's a trap.
Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none more. And he that earneth wages to put it into a bag of gold.
Yeah, so you know, Jake always running after money, but it ain't never enough. You know, because we're missing fundamentals here. Like money is not fundamentally what we're missing. You know, like I said, this truth and this knowledge, and how to be right with the Heavenly Father is what's missing from our people. Because all those things will be taken care of, provided for, if you follow the Lord. You know, even if you're not earning, you know, such and such amount of money, there's loads of ways, man, to have you provided for. And that's what we're going to rely upon in these last days, because money ain't going to mean shit in these last days, man. Right? Everything we're going to be doing is relying upon the Lord for our safety and for our provisions, man.
Knowledge and wisdom.
This is Matthew 6 chapter verse 33. But seek ye first the kingdom of Yahweh and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Right? When the Lord sent out his apostles, he sent them out and said, think not of what ye shall eat. Basically, take no thought what ye shall eat. But if the Lord, the Heavenly Father, can look after the birds that you were sown or reap, then he will do the same thing to you.
Literally in the same chapter.
31, Matthew 6 and 31. Therefore, take no thought, saying, what shall we eat, or what shall we drink, or whither reward shall we clothe? For all these things do the Gentiles seek. Your heavenly Father knoweth that you have need of all these things. But seek ye the kingdom of the Most High and His righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you.
Right, so these are the things that we're gonna, you know, remind ourselves in that time, because whether you got money, a little or a lot, in respectively, right? Everyone's gonna be on zero, right? Everyone's gonna find it hard to eat, hard to clothe themselves, right? You're gonna be looking like where your next meal's gonna come from, whether for one reason or another, whether you can afford it or whether you can't find it, right? Because we're all gonna be in that same boat at some point, and we're gonna have to rely upon the Lord to provide for us, man. Because this place is about to go to hell. Okay?
From Jeremiah 9:23. Thus said the Lord, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might, let not the rich man glory in his riches.
Right, so you might think you're safe now because you've got money, you're staving off the inflation right now. You prepped up, you got shelves full of shit, right? So you ain't worried about finding cucumbers in the stores and shit, right? You feel okay right now. But it's gonna get to you at some point. You think it's gonna stop out wherever the inflation number is right now? You think that's where it ends? Right? You read Revelation, I read about the black horse, right? A day's wages for, let's just say for argument's sake, a loaf of bread, right? A day's wages, whatever it is that you earn, that's a lot of money regardless, right? And that amount of money you got, whether it's thousands or tens of thousands or whatever, man, you're gonna find that it's very little money in that day. you know, and your buying power is going to be dramatically decreased.
Oh, they show you that American blackout, man. That guy, he came in, he was proud, they lived in the penthouse. Right, they came and said, look, man, I've got the American Express. And I was like, that don't work here. It's like the electric's off.
You imagine the day when all these stocks drop, you know, flew off the charts, man. People will be committing suicide, man.
That's what we did.
Anyone, yeah, all of that, man.
Jumping out the window.
Yep.
They're more.
Sorry, bro. But when him that glorious glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am the Lord, which exercise loving kindness, judgment, and righteousness in the earth. For in these things I delight in the Lord.
Oh, that's right. You know, and I said these people don't focus on any of that. All right.
This is Matthew 4:4. What he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of the Most High. Right? Because as the scripture says, the just shall live by faith. Because we're coming to like a time of trouble that the scripture says. That's never like gone up. That'll be like a time period of faith, you know.
And that's why we have so many accounts in the scriptures, man. To remind us little things, you know, instance with the prophets, the men of God, they were provided for by the Lord when there was no other way to be provided for. You know, we was out in the wilderness for 40 years.
That's what I was going to say. That's what the Lord is drawing from.
Yep, that's right.
The Lord, the Heavenly Father basically said that I will the 4 years to let you know man shall not live by bread alone.
Lord was bringing water from rocks, bringing manna from heaven, you know, all kinds of things.
After they were being rebellious.
Yep.
You know? But back then, that was like all our nations that were living out, even the unbeliever ones. Now it's only the believer ones that's going to make it out. Because we went by faith. The things that are written before time are written for our learning. That man shall live by the word of the Most High, will live by that. This is 2 Ezra 16, verse 75. In fact, it's not verse 74. Hear, O ye my beloved, saith the Lord, behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for the Most High is your guide. It says, if by faith, don't doubt. It says, and the guide of them.
And one thing that people would have a problem with these other camps is doubt. But they ain't got their doctrine straight, man. They're gonna have nothing but doubt in that time, man. When people start getting jabbed in the arms and that, right? They see it, man. They're gonna be thinking, hold on a sec. They haven't been warned appropriately, man. They're hearing us, but don't want to hear us because they're listening to their phony leaders. You know, but they're gonna be full of doubt, and they're gonna be half stepping, man. And some of you gonna be under, well, everyone's gonna be under pressure. And a lot of you gonna buckle, man.
But that's not the same thing. That's not Peter says, when you blow the trumpet uncertainly, you shall prepare yourself for the battle.
That's right.
Because when you had the trumpet was a very particular sound.
Yeah.
Even
Different types of sounds, different
bits. Even going into the World War II, they had the sirens all over Europe, and you had a certain sound, and you had to go underneath, whether it be a bathtub, a table, whatever. The bombs were coming. Now you got it to where the prophets are likened unto that same alarm, and it. But now you got now we're supposed to be that alarm, and it's got to be precise. It's got to be on point. You got these guys out here living in the grey area. They're preaching a grey area doctrine.
They always bring out new doctrines. We talked about earlier, man. Just new doctrines. No, they've got old doctrines, new doctrines. They're just bringing things out and confusing the people, leaving them confused. And so when that time comes, they're going to know what the hell to do. And in that time, you can't.
The is going to require their blood. See, we're the watchmen. We tell the truth. But the Most High is going to require that blood of guys like Nate and all of them people there that are not teaching the right doctrine. They're sounding that uncertain sound.
That's right. We can't be uncertain in these last days, man. And you have to be sure. We have to all be sure of what it is that we're dealing with, man. And when you've got all these different kinds of teaching, all these different things, man, people are going to be full of confusion.
Double-minded. Because double-minded man is unstable.
That's right.
It's Ezekiel 33 from the top. Again, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying,
Son of man, speak to the children of thy people, and say unto them, when I bring the sword upon the land, if a people of a land take a man of the coast, and set him for their watchman, if when he seeth the sword come upon the land, he blow the trumpet and warn the people.
So we, as many of the Lord's prophets, as foreseers, right? These prophecies have been broken down and given us, we begin to understand it. We see these things that happen. We've been covering it for a long time now, waiting for these prophecies to manifest, to fulfill, right? We've seen afar off what's coming. Even when Nate was making fun about, oh, where's my dog and all this kind of madness, he can go buy some lamb. Now he got to change his tune. He's been changing his tune the whole time, right?
Yeah.
But we already knew what was going on. We was warning you lot, right? So we was the ones that, beginning of our elders and apostles, was the ones sounding that trumpet, But now you're trying to muddy the sound. You're trying to muddy the sound so people don't understand what's that.
It's about sound doctrine.
Yeah, sound doctrine.
Sound doctrine.
And now a man's talking about, yeah, well, there's gonna be a seating for that, or you can take it out. All this madness, man. You're playing games, man. We're not in the time playing games. It ain't time for that, man. People are gonna get put to death real soon, man. Right?
Says, then whosoever heareth the sound of a trumpet and taketh not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head.
Right, so it's like, read that again.
Verse 4. Then whosoever heareth the sound of a trumpet and taketh not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head.
Right, so we're only doing our duty, right? And warning the people. Now, if you don't want to hear us, man, again, that's on your head. We've done our job, but we also understand that not all of Israel's going to understand this, man. This is not what we're expecting. You know what I'm saying? We're not here to convince everybody. That's it. Yeah, that would be a big waste of time, right? Because that's not what's prophesied to happen, right? We're not going to unite camp. We're not going to bring everybody together. We all those of us who stand together, those with the same doctrine, man. If we ain't got the same doctrine, we ain't standing by you, man. So we ain't going to get caught up in your judgment. That's like, yeah.
Proverbs 29 and verse 18, where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he.
Right, so this the vision's been given to us, man. Right, and so we're distributing that, we're sharing that for the elect's sake, right? For those that can see and those that can hear, right? It's not our fault or our problem if you can't hear or see it. That's the Lord's doing. The Lord don't want you to wake up.
In the NLT, it says, when people do not accept divine guidance, they run wild. Lord willing, we be the men of the Lord.
Hey, man, you gonna be here running around like headless fucking chickens, man.
This is divine guidance, straight from Yahweh Shai. You don't listen to the words of prophets, the true prophets that Yahweh Shai set up, and then you're gonna be running wild out there.
You're gonna be panicking, man. I guarantee you're gonna be panicking when it goes down. Us, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of
Isaiah chapter 33, verse 6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure.
Right? So we're going to be cool because we understood it. We've understood for a long time to get our minds ready, get our minds right for when the occasion comes. We're going to be, our minds are going to be all right, man. Lord willing. Right? Lord willing, man. Because we've understood these things from an earlier age for a longer amount of time. We're not going to be like trying to question things in that day. We're going to know exactly what's going on. So we're going to be focused. One doctrine going to be focused on, we're going to move in the spirit. We don't know how we're going to move, but we're going to be focused on, avoiding what we need to be avoiding.
The spirit. I think you said we're going to be focused.
Yes,
the spirit will kick in. It's going to hold us in, man. That's it. Even and you'll remember everything that the Lord. You know what? Robbers are prepared to die tonight, Lord willing. It's the Lord's will. For the Lord. So it's the spirit. Right? So that's what shows it.
So for Proverbs 22:3, the prudent man foresees the evil, and he hideth himself, but the simple must go and they are punished.
Simple, possible, is punished, man. And that's what it is. These blind leaders, the blind, and people that are guided by these charismatic leaders, these cult personalities, man. You're gonna go down with these guys, man. They're being simple. Like how they can convince you, you know, with certain doctrines I don't understand. You know, like white women and all this kind of man that's ever been said, right? I don't know how they convince you with that stuff, man. In the scriptures, I don't know how you do that. Right? You go into one word, Mark, and one word will go into so much things.
Yeah.
The character, the incisions, the imprint, all of that. How do you get white women out of that? Or how do you get any other doctrines out of that?
Some say it's Christianity too.
Some say, you know, oh, it's just sin. No, it's a specific thing that is a sin. You know?
How can sin doesn't have a mark?
That is the maddest extrapolation I've ever seen in my life. You know, without any actual research gone into it.
My sin, self-sin.
Simple like, words coming out, vomiting out of a man's mouth. You know?
Okay. Proverbs 13 and 15. The simple believeth every word, but the prudent man looketh well to his goal.
Right? So it's our duty, man, to be constantly in the, you know, to be in the scriptures, to be in world events, right? To watch, because that's what a watchman does. Not to be ignorant of these things, man, and pretend that they're not happening. That they have no relevance to the scriptures. Like, the scriptures doesn't speak about these things. You know?
This is 1 Timothy chapter 4, verse 1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits.
So it's not surprising. People are going to do this. They're going to leave the faith. Because they got doubt in their mind, sayings all up in their head, trying to tell them it's, you know, it's not the end of the world, it's not this, it's not that, you just got to make some money. Whatever it is they're saying, trying to get you to do. Right, but guess what? His job is to get man that are not a party that's out of this truth, man. That's his job. So when a man goes, you know, it's taken away, it's not surprising. That's part of it. It's part of this thing. That's why we all got to pray that the Most High keeps in check and in this truth, man. You know, we all got to pray that the Spirit stays upon us, man. Because the Lord can take us at any time we want to. You know?
Yeah, it says, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils.
Seducing spirits. Ooh, that sounds, you know, sounds nice. Or you respect the leader, the elder, or whatever. You know, oh yeah, you know, he must be right. You're being seduced by men. They're not actually going through it properly, man. You know, yeah.
I got some more.
This is 2 Timothy.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, so like when we made the temple, there's going to be a certain altar to burn incense. There's been certain type of incense with any type of incense. There's Exodus 30 verse 8. And when Aaron lighteth the lamps at even, he shall burn incense upon it, a perpetual incense before Yahweh throughout your generations. Ye shall offer no strange incense thereon, nor burnt sacrifice, nor meat offering, neither shall ye pour out drink offering thereon, right? Now this is Leviticus chapter 10, verse 1. And Nadab and Abihu, the sons of Aaron, took either of them his censer, and put fire therein, and put incense thereon, and offered strange fire before Yahweh, which he commanded them not. Now this strange fire or strange incense could be like a different doctrine. Right? And it said, and there went out fire from Yahweh and devoured them, and they died before the Lord. Right? Yeah, so there's certain doctrine you're supposed to be taught. If you teach any otherwise, I think the scripture says, if you try to come in any other way, you're a thief and a robber. There's one way is meant to be taught.
Because we're supposed to present ourselves as a living sacrifice to the Most High. The right sacrifice.
Right, yeah, exactly.
You can't sacrifice them. Say that. Yeah, the law is very particular. Very
Scriptures also say that frankincense is a sweet smell. You're teaching the wrong thing.
Did you say that in the scripture?
Yeah.
Put up a smoke into my nose. Yeah.
Even the book of Revelation is about praying in the same thing like incense. So it's the same thing. So if you're praying in the wrong name, the same one to the
Are you asking some next rubbish that doesn't even part of the scriptures? But just one more conversation, lucky, because you know they're gonna get burnt up, right, with the fire, right?
Right, yeah.
What's the judgment of taking the sea? The same things that happen to those guys that don't have the correct doctrine. You know?
Okay. This is 2 Timothy 4:3. For the time will come when they will not endure sound doctrine, but after their own lusts shall they heap to themselves teachers having itching ears,
Yeah, like they like the way things sound, or it vibrates with them because that's what they're on. You know, if you want to act like a goon, like a hard dude or whatever, you join Sakari. You know what I mean? That's what you want to be like. That's what you go do, innit? You know, want to talk guns and whatever. That's what you go do, innit?
Want to join the hack that?
Yeah, or you want to go to the strip club after the class or whatever. You do that, innit? You want to go do this. That's who you go join. You know, you want a family Israelite environment. You go see like YC, innit?
They don't want to be renewed. The scriptures demand of us to be renewed. They're trying to
They're bringing the world in.
Yeah. Back up, they want to amalgamate what they had in the world with a little Israelite spin to it.
But what is holy?
That's why they get the weddings. That's why they get the whole family thing. That's what you get in the Christian church. The rap, even the rap, the music we use in the Christian church. You got the same thing.
All events and all kinds of things. You know,
They have
but
the
Lord
Lord
told us
the grills on.
the Lord said He took us out of the world, though. Holy means to be made separate, right? So why are we bringing all this stuff with us from Egypt, right, from Babylon into this truth? That's not what we're meant to be doing. The Lord had a specific way for us to do things. We're not bringing the world with us, man. We're leaving the ship behind. Of course, we're gonna sing songs in the kingdom and that. Yeah, of course we are. But this grimy ass shit that we're dealing with here, which is the bane of our people, we're not bringing into this truth, man. It ain't coming with us, man. You know, acting hard and we ain't doing that, man. Okay, it's like I know Bob's got a bunch of scriptures everywhere, so you want to go first. Anyone?
2 Timothy 3 and 14. But continue thou in the things which thou hast learned and hast been assured of, knowing of whom thou hast learned them.
Right? We was told or asked to change, right? To not be conformed to the world that He loves, right? So we've had to learn or unlearn things that how we were in the world. There's some things, you know, it's probably okay, you bring it with you, whatever, right? But there's certain things that just don't mesh well with this truth. You know, of who we are as Israelites, our codes of conduct, our laws and such commandments that we're supposed to be following. So these things we got to bring about ourselves and become a new man. How are you becoming a new man if you just want to bring everything that you was back in the old world into the now? It doesn't work.
John 3:3, Yahushua answered and said unto him, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of Yahushua.
Right, so the you in this world wasn't good enough. It's arguably even us now are not good enough, really. You know, we're still trying to be, we're still on that path to perfection. You know, and we don't reason why we make it is because the Lord is justifying us. You know, so there's a whole bunch of things that we need to change about ourselves, man, because how we wasn't right. You know, and all these different influences that you bring into this world now messes with the doctrine. That's what's happened. You know, you got a whole bunch of sellouts everywhere now. They're all about just making money. You know, because they're on the tax exemption or whatever. They just want to make money now. Cesare talking about things greater than God and all that. Like, these people are falling well off. These people are falling well off, man. Yeah, right? And it's only I as the apostles from GMS that really stood strong in this faith. You know, some sound doctrine. All these people trying to change everything, trying to suit their own fucking lifestyles, man.
Yeah, because they got things they like and they just
bring it in.
Them dudes said, Jesus said, F up, hey,
Spirit, bro. Read the scripture about Timothy's, remember the doctrine.
Yeah,
you know, that means we got to pay double honors, man.
That's right.
Of the lineage.
Because you wouldn't be out here now with any type of breakdown.
Honor and respect, man. Honor and integrity.
What would you know about the 12 tribes? Nothing.
Yeah, what would you know about the 12 tribes? If you want to, say F, you got to get rid of the 12 tribes, man.
You got to start again, man. You got to go back and forth.
Throw that out. Come up with your whole breakdown. What you guys are doing. I'm watching your scriptures, man.
And the only way, the reason why we know about our lineage is because of our elders that put their videos up and all that. That's how we know about that as well, man. They're learning. So you just stop that. You know, but you know what? Even among themselves, they have no order. Because if you're gonna say that about the people that you got the doctrine from, that means even among themselves, they're battling for position and they don't like each other and all that. Reservoir dogs, bro. Because with no order, there's disorder, bro. And every nation has an order. Yeah. I gotta get out of it. But every nation has an order. No, even when you go amongst the heathen, they have a fucking rank and file, even among them.
Every J Friday.
So that's the Lord created that, but you niggas don't like all that, bro. Niggas like to do what they want. Yeah, they made a video for Coolio.
You can see. But yeah, that's what I was gonna say. When you see the video when they did the video they did with Coolio, it was just like
chill, actually crying.
Yeah.
He said the guy inspired him. And all this.
He said another thing too. He mentioned Farrakhan as one of his inspirations.
Oh yeah.
So if you die today, tomorrow, whatever, man will be probably saying nothing but praise for the thing. But this guy ain't got nothing to do with the truth.
Yeah.
Not one little thing.
Yeah.
He's into Islam.
He'd be political for them Islam niggas that come from
Right?
So he talking political.
So he's for the shit, man. But
Well,
he's
you know
been
what?
for the shit.
You know what, man? When that guy, he was doing a lot when he was in Tokyo. A lot of people don't know that. He was doing a lot, chatting a lot of, he would do things, go behind people's back to say certain things. A lot of little discord he was setting. Now, when he got cursed out by Apostle Bakar, a real man would have been like, even if he thought that, I didn't deserve that, a real man would have been like, all right, let me just hold it down. He went on Sarnetta TV, right, and cursed out his elders on Sarnetta TV in front of a bunch of African niggas. That's what they are. A bunch of Egyptologists and Moors. Why? Because he didn't want to look like he was being disrespectful. It was an ego thing. He was like, I got to look like I'm the big man, so I'm going to show them up in front of these niggas. Man. Why would you go on a heathen's platform, Sarnetta's platform, to curse out your own, not even your own channel? You went on Sarnetta TV. I say, the guy, he ain't all the way there. He's a bit like the brother. He's too caught up in that gang shit. Because he couldn't be humble.
I've got a quick one. 1 Corinthians 14:32 and 33. And the spirits of the prophets is subject to the prophets. For the Most High is not the author of confusion, but peace, as in all churches of the saints.
And that guy was constantly sowing discord. It is what it is. He's gonna get what's coming to me. Guns at the camp now, being unruly. Because the apostles didn't teach about, you ain't got to bring no guns to the camp. Why are you bringing guns to the camp?
Where he long hair, where he cap, you don't want to fucking take it off his head.
Yeah.
Just rebellious.
Oh yeah, the long hair thing. He tried saying he was a Nazarite, which is bullshit. The guy just unruly, man. He wants to do what he wants to do.
He wants to be the pillars and the foundation of this truth, man. And he can't never be.
I'm the only one that can rebuke a cycle.
Well, he said Apostle Tahar has to step down. He's a demon.
It's like some time where you're trying to bring back the Levitical priesthood. It's been like 6 months trying to teach that.
You know the scriptures. That goes into that thing they put the hats and all that as well.
You're gonna get Brownie points for calling his mother the devil.
You know the scriptures. You know the scriptures said where the Lord ain't the author of confusion and he's about peace. So man are supposed to move with a peaceful mentality. These dudes are like previous wolves. You're supposed to have a peaceful mentality, towards the flock. These dudes are fucking wolves.
Well, they call the Sakari.
And the Lord will put the blue egg.
The Sakari were carnal.
Yeah.
Right? That's why you go into the scriptures, Paul addressed them in the book of Romans 9. Because you had the sectors of the Sakari, they wanted to take out the Romans because a lot of them guys were disgruntled. Maybe their mother got killed or their father got killed by the Romans. So they just wanted to get back against the Romans. But Yahweh Shai didn't come with that doctrine of I'm just gonna go get back at them. That's why Paul had to let them know that that's not what it's about. You gotta chill. But why would you call yourself why would you call your group after a group of men that really weren't nothing to do with the ministry? The proliferation of Yahweh Shai and the ministry had nothing to do with the sect of the Sakari. They weren't spiritual men. They weren't like Peter and Paul and them going out and evangelizing and preaching in the name of Yahweh Shai. Them dudes just had daggers and they were assassinating Romans. Right, they were also assassinating Jakes. They were killing other Jakes, man. That might have been working with the Romans. Which that's not what we're supposed to do. You rebuke because a man's supposed to have opportunity for repentance. You're not supposed to go and choke man in the neck. Even these set out Jakes, you ain't supposed to meet him and try and kill him. You rebuke him and say, yo, if you don't repent, the Lord's gonna destroy you. So they've been carnal. He chose the sect of Sakari because they were like a gang on that badness, and he wants to be on badness. That's why he got guns and rifles and all that foolishness, man. Because he's still got that gangism in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck. Then they try to romanticize them. Well, originally, we don't give a fuck about all that, man. Originally, they were doing. Listen.
Yeah, humanitarians. Yeah. They got scripture says, if this was my kingdom, my servants would fight. So we're not set here to do that. We're not bringing weapons and not supposed to be in that spirit. We're supposed to be in teach the word. The word.
That's the South America.
Yeah.
They call them bad man over there. Sicarios.
Those demons. Yeah.
You are gonna disable wrestling.
Proverbs 39:1. He that being often reproved hardened his neck shall suddenly be destroyed, and that without remedy. So there's going to come a time you can reprove someone, right? But there comes a point where that person goes beyond that, that line, because as the elder was going into, there's a history of disrespect with that individual.
Yeah, he probably lived his life before that like that.
Yeah.
So it's the same. It's the same thing.
Time when he came up to the apostles, and then he greeted the apostle to Harvard and said, this MF and all of that sort of stuff. You know what he said about High Priest Arya. Well, you don't know the man.
Even Salakia. No, you Salakia.
No, I said even the fact that we know about High Priest Arya and the men before was because of our apostles. Even the apostles tell us, really, we know there's certain individuals we can't really talk about because we don't know those individuals. The apostles are like, look, we'll talk about them because we know them.
Even when he came to the camp, he was apostle to all. The dude was acting like he was the Lord. Not the Lord, not Yahushua, but lording over people, way over you. You know what I'm saying? Like you're on the people's level. That's true. No humility, bro. So, but no, forget that anyway. You know what I'm saying? It's like you gotta have humility in the faith. The truth is meant to make us humble, man. Not fucking proud against people. It'll make you walk last longer, man.
Yeah.
That's that knowledge will puff you up. Knowledge makes people's head fucking explode like they got like this, like it's all them.
That's what he's at.
Sirach 3:24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
Vain opinions, man. People feel like they're more important than they are. Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. What's waiting for something to happen. We're going to start making examples out of all these stools, these fake tabs. It's not separated who's serving and who's not, man.
Yeah.
The real from the fake, man. That's what's going to happen.
Scripture say not to think yourself higher than you'll be able to fit. That's right. You're meant to be on a humble level, man. When Yahushua, starts putting crowns upon man's head, then you can feel that you have some sort of, rank and file or whatever, man. Until the Lord starts rewarding those that endured, by the way, not just any Israelite, those that endured, right, with the correct doctrine, right? Those ones are going to be crowned. And when that time comes, then you can start feeling, well, I'm this guy, that guy now, or whatever. But you're going to be put in position. You're going to be put in your place, right? Until that time, man, there ain't no one that's supposed to be acting like they're greater than everybody else, man.
He calls himself the chief priest.
High chief.
But he put himself in that position.
That's
why it's funny in the reincarnation, High Priest Jason did the same thing. He can't
even verify if he's from the line of error.
I'm saying he brought his way into that package like that. Occupation, right? So that makes sense that he's that spirit of the High Priest Jason. He's just a rebellious Jake, man. He's going to destroy it, man.
And when you mention that, they call the Greek custom.
And
that's how you know.
Wrestling.
Yeah.
Gymnos, all that.
The caps.
All that shit.
And the cap as well in the Greek, it's deeper because it's like it even goes into like homosexuality and stuff like that. It's like a sign and stuff like that. The caps and man, because it was like they put it on the choice boys and all that. Yeah, bro. There's like deeper stuff to everything. Like what all these Greek, when you look at the Greek customs, bro, it's deeper than just like clothing that we wear. It's for a reason. Even the whole bandana and all that, putting it on like with Illuminati, putting bandanas on certain sides of your body, it shows what level you're okay. He likes it in the bum or in the butt and all that shit. Real talk, bro. I'm gonna be gory with it, but it's true.
That's all that jail stuff.
It's true. It's sagging the pants. That means okay, he's open for activity. That's true.
Yeah,
So you
yeah,
see
yeah.
these dogs, fucking monkeys walking with their butt
Yeah.
open. What the fuck you doing, bro?
And why is to do evil?
That means that the dude they're putting it out in the vibration to the people that are in that world. That's what they're on.
So that's Proverbs chapter 25, verse 6. Put not forth thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. For better it is that it be said unto thee, Come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince whom thine eyes have seen.
Right, so let's not put ourselves in these positions, man. You know, that's not for us to do. But that's a proud mentality.
Scripture says, let others esteem you, right?
That's right.
Others.
That's right. So, like I say,
Yeah.
let everything be done in decency and in order, man. Like when you try to jump the gun, man, you're out of order. You know.
Luke 14 and 8. It says, when thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room.
That's like an account when he went to the elders. He put himself in the high seat.
Yeah, standing there like that.
I mean, we're being prepared for the marriage, right? So when he went to the spiritual marriage, the kind of way, he was loading himself up in the highest seat.
Yeah, that's because he's a leader, isn't he? You know, he's got that's why he did it. He started his own thing, he's charismatic. He's got guys underneath him and he's pumped up with them.
Yeah.
And you know what? As well, it says about the young man not to really talk.
Yeah,
We're not really, even us, we're talking because the spirits want us to teach and stuff. You know, brothers give hey, brothers speak and stuff. But you know, that really, we're not, when you get around people way older than you, you don't talk, bro. People are listening.
We're young men amongst young men. Well, Mr. Elders, you want to be saying too much.
Even you might be around the brother amongst ourselves, but you don't want to let the brother say what you know. Hey, say sorry, Mike.
It said, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him. And he that bade thee, and him come and say to thee, give this man place.
You're gonna find out a lot of these guys from these other countries, you're not worth it. You're gonna find out, man, because you're doing things on your own tip, man. You know, your own vain opinion of how you should be doing things and what you're teaching. You're gonna find out that was all worth trash. But always gonna say I never need you. You know? And you're not gonna be honored, you're gonna be dishonored, man. You know, you're gonna get put down.
Proverbs 29 and verse 23, a man's pride shall bring him low, but honor shall uphold the humble spirit, the humble in spirit.
Right? Humility and honor, they go hand in hand, man. But pride don't go hand in hand with honor. You know? Hold up.
It says, back in Luke 14 and 9, it says, give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest room. Verse 10, but when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room, that when he that bade thee cometh, he may say unto thee, friend, go up higher. Then shalt thou have worship in the presence of them that sit at meat with thee. For whosoever exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted.
That's right. That's right. So we have to be mind to be humble in this truth, man. No matter what level you get on, no matter how much scripture you know, how many breakdowns you know, whatever it is, whatever role you're playing, just be humble in that level. You know, and in due time, the Lord will exalt you. You know, or elder brothers will put you in certain positions to be watchers over the flock. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. Our ranks are just to be watchers over the flock, to take care of our brothers and stuff, right? That's all the different ranks are for. You know, but people forget that. People change. It's not power tripping, man. Like it's about what I can tell you, what I can tell you what to do, when to do this, and how to do that. It ain't about that. It's about making sure everybody's on task, man. You know, because you need to order sometimes, man. Some brothers need to kick up the arse. You know what I'm saying? So that's what you're here for. To watch over the flock.
Ecclesiastes 5:1. Keep thy foot when thou goest into the house of the Most High, and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they consider not that they do evil.
Everyone thinks that they're right? But you don't consider what's coming out of your mouth is completely off, man. You know? But if you was more spiritual, and more in tune with the scriptures, you might find it better just to be quiet. You know, it might be the wiser thing to do. Okay. Oh, make a question in there.
Romans 12:3. For I say, through the grace given unto me, every man that is among you, not to think of himself more highly than he ought to think, but to think soberly, according as Most High has did to every man the measure of faith. For as we have many members in one body, and all members have not the same office.
Right? Because they're all servants, bro. You know, so we have to have the mind of a servant too, man. Not a ruler or a lord over other brothers. We're all servants to one another.
Saying.
You know?
That's
kind of quick. So you're saying?
Yeah. And I was going to say, because how should I say that the greatest amongst
Right.
When Yahushua was with the apostles, he washed his feet, and he tried to actually say, "Oh, you can't wash him. You're the son of the Most High. I should really be doing that service unto you." He said,
Alizé would have been like, "Yo, give me the bunions."
That shows humility.
Sorry.
That shows humility. And then
See, because how many people's feet are you gonna wash?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It shows humility.
He's trying to sit on the high seat in the congregation, and even as well to get to that level of leadership before you have to go hell, like it's that thing, like these levels basically you've got to like how
But it's greater responsibility. The higher God is greater responsibility. That's why they hold the highest seat. They've been in this truth the longest. They've held this truth together for a lot longer than any of us, right? So they deserve the respect that we give. They double honors and all that kind of stuff, right?
You know what? Even I'm sorry. I was gonna say because this dude said F. You know what? But Harry's how we are, right? You know what? He was doing this work before he was even born. Regardless of what's going on, you really should be quiet.
When I say F,
They say F. That's a demon.
Yep, it's a demon.
Yes, prophecy.
And
And you know what?
spiritually, you can see that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I said, we weren't there. The elders and apostles, they saw that they had the sight. They were there. They have
They
understanding.
taught us it.
That's right. And we believe also.
Yeah.
There's no way the Most High can get it.
Man, all that, like, yeah, that's right. Because it wouldn't make any sense.
Wait a minute, bro. This break is a lot.
What the fuck have you done? He done shit, man. I think so, that sign.
He's exalted.
Made it, man.
And that sign, that sign.
Bugged down crazy to be somebody.
So, yeah, he's nobody.
Beyond One West, well, maybe One West, everyone's got that sign. Everyone's got that sign. That's man. The fuck have you?
Except
what have
ITR,
you
that's
done,
what they
man?
changed.
And the spirit came on him to make it. And you know that sign is deep because you know that sign here is like we break down the tribes from that sign. And you know who's who from that sign. That's fair. That's like super important.
His names and stuff like that.
Genesis 49:1. When what Jesus
yours.
said,
That's not mine.
come together.
No,
Let me show you signs again. What shall happen to you in the last days, bro? And that's the
Kelly just went to the toilet.
sign, bro.
That's what I was gonna say. That's a very important because it says take these two sticks and bind them together. So that sign represents us being built right back up.
And you know what? The Lord said His mind is not the mind of man. So look, the Lord can make a righteous man go off, but He's still chosen.
You might have to restart.
You don't know what happens.
Even
righteous man
with Solomon, God came to Solomon after. You know, after Solomon went off, the Lord came. So how do you know? How do you know before? How do you know? You don't know shit, man. Because you ain't the Most High. You can't see everything.
It says great men are not always wise.
Hey, but the Most High can make him go off and destroy him.
But he's already going.
Yeah, he's off anyway. Yeah, I'm just saying the more.
Yeah, everybody right.
Hey, there's people in the Lord's eyes that are special, man. Like super special above everyone else. And they could go up. Exactly. Yeah.
So I would say everything.
No
But
mercy.
you got to read the third chapter, man.
Exactly. Which and what you just said, what you just said, we've been taught that. You know, like the filthy garments and stuff. You know.
Marshall said that. Go read the third chapter. If he said it,
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's right.
The spirit of Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai. Repeat it, Fire. Fire.
Oh, yeah. Sirach 32:7. Speak, young man, if there be need of thee, and yet scarcely when thou art twice asked. Let that.
So yeah. You know, it's funny because all the too, man. Yeah, you're supposed to not talk much, basically. Keep your mouth shut, man. Like in the fucking when you watch mafia shit, the fucking young soldier don't just talk to the boss anyhow. You stand up and keep your mouth quiet. Let him do his business. And just whenever you're called upon, do the bidding of what you're called upon. Then that way later in life, you get elevated because you're learning. Yeah, that's order. It's order. Not just come up. You just got it all like.
Back in the days, there was that saying, children are supposed to be seen and not heard.
Yeah, I believe in that.
Let thy speech be short, comprehending much in few words. Be as one that knoweth and yet holds his tongue.
Even if you know something, you know what I mean? Sometimes you don't need to speak. There's no need for you to speak. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes
He was trying to get
views and sensationalism.
Yeah, he didn't have to do that, man. But it's that pride, and he's trying to get the views up and the monetization. Yeah, like he's so righteous now. I can curse anyone out.
Fame.
It's the art fame. Yeah, that's what it was. Man. There was no need to do that because other brothers are saying, man, I praise God, man. Anyone who sees him speaking know that he spoke with power, the spirit of the Lord, passion, and obviously he was a great man. And he still is, man. So why would you fuck this like? But then Coolio, that's what smacked him. Coolio, the energy was completely different. It was man.
He's done so much of that.
It was like his uncle died, you know what I mean? Coolio.
Like he met Coolio sometime or something. Like he actually met this guy in real life. Like, dude, you ain't never met this guy. This is a sickness.
If thou be among great men, make not thyself equal.
And that's what he's done. He's like, so he got kicked out. He didn't like the way he got found out, the spirit. So he got kicked out. And obviously he has a certain level of intelligence and charisma. And there's certain scriptures you can break down. You be going in. Like when you go into the market piece and that, you be breaking it down properly. There's a lot of scriptures he breaks down properly, thoroughly. He brings out scriptures and all that kind of stuff. He's not going up on everything, right? So he managed to keep different men to himself. And some of them guys, they could be up the elect. You don't know. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so because he's got guys now that's come up pretty much underneath him. He's puffed him up and he's thinking, I'm not gonna know that now. I'm this, that, and the other. But you really gotta chill because the most I could just hit you with a lightning bolt and then just slide someone else in to clean that whole thing up and purify it properly. You know?
He's not really sure longer than some of us.
No.
So, and you know what I mean? We're not on no elders level, man. You know, we wouldn't even dream to
call yourself a chief priest and all that. But like I said, because he's got that, I got these men in this state that they look up to me, this man in this state. He's gassed up in the mind, man. That's just all pride. That's why he went on there, day in the life of and all this shit. Like, you know what's going on?
We see it all the time. We see guys that was believe names. We see guys on the heads. Right, they had all the knowledge. The most I could rid of them. Clean the whole thing up. No, but it's not my place.
No, it's in Chicago though. Patak. And Patak was another one. Patak, man, that dude was nice in the scriptures. He all the breakdowns he learned from the elders. He knew them, right? And he could bring them out. He used to bring it out. He's like, wow, this guy really knows the scriptures. Another guy, proud, right? Hella proud, and he got. Oh, Element was another one. Puffed up with pride. All kind. What about Ja Rule? Ja Rule nigga from down South Carolina. Yasha Muff. That dude knew the precepts. Bro, that dude used to be chatting to him on the fucking Facebook Messenger, and every fucking 3 words was a precept in brackets. It'd be mad. I'm like, yo, like, how did this guy know all these precepts? What's he doing? He went into be a rapper.
The demon.
Sarge. So many guys, man.
He's spitting in the backyard and everyone's going,
Woo! So that don't mean nothing. Like you can have men under you can teach other men, and then men that you taught are still the Lord might be of the elect and you ain't. And that's in the scriptures.
I've got that on the money. That's what happened with Element. Element was the head of that camp.
Element, yeah.
Got moved down.
And because he was proud and he didn't want to take no correction. He was hella proud, man. And he put, we ain't gonna put everything out, but he was doing a lot of shit, man, that weren't right. You know, but then from a teaching standpoint, he could teach. You know, but it ain't all about that evil.
You know what it is too?
He's a
Slocking, brother. You know, because I remember the Pesach that he was I think it was 2014 Pesach he was in, right? And he was sitting right next to the apostles.
Yeah.
So that's what kind of baby got him. Probably.
Yeah. So just on the money. 1 Corinthians 9:27. But I keep under my body to bring it into subjection, lest that by any means, when I preach to others, I myself should be a cast.
Yeah, that's right. So he has done work, and that's why you got men that's calling themselves Sakaris. But really, he gonna have to be taken out of the way for them brothers that really be coming up on a proper level. But that guy's proud, man. And you know how the fish rots from the head down. So he might have to be taken out. Because he ain't right, man. He just ain't right. Yeah. Well, or the Lord might do something major to him to humble him down and put him in the right way. You know, the Lord could do that too. You know, who am I? The Lord could humble him down with an ailment or something. You know.
Proverbs 6:16. These 6 things does the Lord hate. Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. Number 1, it says a proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief, a false witness that speaketh lies, and
there's so much lies that these other camps try and put out on us, man. So much lies just to detract from my ministry, man. Try and
ain't this the guy that said you ain't supposed to worship your Hawashai as well?
It's something,
man.
You don't even believe in all the scriptures. You don't even believe in all the scriptures.
And he said that. It's lost. This guy is doing what he wants to do. Really, when you really break it down, he's in his own world, Wayne's world, and he's doing what he wants to do. It's not even just one thing. It's like it's coming into my mind a lot of madness. This guy is really said. You know. So the Lord's going to do all these camps, man. IUIC, ISUPK, they're going off, man, and if they don't get this shit straight, so we're really coming down. Let's get to the bottom of it. We're really coming down to the last days and the last days. Right? Why do we keep talking about the MOTD? Like Apostle Tahar said, that's one of the major prophecies coming towards the end. Because guess what, man? Like, when you come in where they're pushing out that MOTD, we ain't going to have much time left. We ain't gonna have much time left at all. Everything's gonna start happening fast. But what do we see? The infrastructure is actually built. It exists. It's not even something now that's like 30 years ago. They got to go back into the lab to do research. No, the technology exists now. The infrastructure exists. They got the internet. You could go to the market style. Man are selling. I remember what was it like a couple months ago? I wanted to buy some toys for my youth. I went on the market store. I ain't even got cash on me. I was like, yeah, it's cool. I pulled out the reader. If you don't tell the truth, you go to the market now, everybody's got a reader. Them readers are everywhere now. You can get the sum up or whatever it is. So the whole contactless technology is pretty much ubiquitous. Yeah, you could hardly go into a shop. Only a couple of them Turk man want to play that. They don't want to. Cash only. Yeah, but more time you can pretty much go anywhere. It's contactless now. And he said that you got the contactless technology, right? The chips. They got the chips. They got the jib jab passport as well, right?
Starlink.
You got the Starlink. Yeah, you got the CBDC, which is Great Millstone. We're the ones that brought that to the forefront. I started talking about that years ago. before it became popular. CBDCs only came mainstream last year. It's only last year they started talking about CBDCs, and then before that was even mainstream, that was in Albo's who was talking about that. It was like, hold on, yeah, that digital currency there, that looks like that's gonna be part of the MOTB. So we're here right now, so you gotta get it right now, man.
They're just working on the rollout. You basically say.
On the crisis. All they need is a major crisis, and they can start making these people. Because you already see what happened, man. I was at work. I was chatting to one guy about the jib jab. Oh, I like picking people's face, and I'm like, yeah. So how do you feel about the jib jab? Now that you hear what's going on, all the information that's coming out showing you that it was foolishness, yeah. And he was like, you told the truth, yeah. I didn't really want to take the jib jab, but I wanted to go on holiday. So, look, man, they already tested out that you put a little bit of pressure here and there, people go and do things, even if they don't really want to do it. How much more say if there's a massive crisis and like the bank account system's all messed up and this is happening, and they're like, listen, you got to take this. That man are going to be fighting and lining up to take it, man.
The yachts, the shots, everyone ran to them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The Spirit of the Lord had us not take the Spirit.
Oh, that's another thing. That's another thing. ISUPK. Big man like Tasayi, the dude looks like 6'2" or something. Big burly dudes scared of the flu, and are telling other people to take the jib jab. How does that even work? Imagine a big man 6'2" sitting in a little chair with a little nurse digging out his. Come on, what was that? And then now look, you see people are getting all kind of ailments. Now, how are you caring for the flock if you're telling them to do these things?
Luke 17:33. Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it, and whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it.
That's right, man. Speaking of that, just to make a point, I work around a lot of people that got that, and every last one of them is saying the same thing. I wish I never took it because I've never felt the same. I've never felt the same after that.
Remember, you had that dude. He said he took it, and he said he lost his faith. Right. Remember, he said when I took it, instantly my faith went.
They got deceived.
Yeah,
deceived. I'm going to read this from Revelation 3:10. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience. Right? And we always put the doctrine, 100% doctrine that we teach in the elders and apostles downwards, right? 100%. Right? It's about keeping this word, not changing it up. Right? Continuing the things which thou hast learned, right? It says, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation. Because if you thought the jib jab, right, was a hell of pressure. It was under pressure to do. Everyone was everyone collapsing and dropping dead. When this MOTV comes, man, there's gonna be a hell of pressure, man. It's gonna be a whole different game.
It's an experiment.
Yeah, that's what the jib jab was. Try and run over what's gonna go down. Right, but you're gonna be hella under pressure, man, because it ain't gonna be just about taking some medical whatever contraption, right? It's just gonna be whether you can eat or not.
This is the only way to get food.
Yeah, but you can protect your family or not, right? And when it comes to that sort of thing, like people want to bug out, man. The last thing you want to be is hungry.
It's a lot, brother. What they found out is that 90 to 95% of the population took it down here in the UK.
Yeah. That's true.
That's a lot. That's true.
It's like 75 or something.
That's like cat.
But that's part of his sort of witchcraft, though, right? He puts out like numbers, and then it makes you feel like you're in the minority. So it's like, oh, well, if it's 90, then I don't want to be the
majority. I also, that's right. So I also will keep you from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world. That's why these things that are happening now are global things. It's not an isolated thing in a country, or it's happening globally. He's always making moves globally. Right? The whole CBDC thing is a global thing. This digital currency is a global thing. Right? These MOTPs, these CFs are going to be global things because they want to, avoid the situation of which going through with the C19. They want to avoid that, right? Or new things will come, right? There's no lack of access to food, so they want to make sure they track and trace everything properly and make sure everyone's provided for, just like back with the ration books back in World War II.
Yeah.
It's a global thing. It's going on.
And they had an article that came out. Right? It was in the Mirror, one of them. They were saying that the government agencies might need to have a rationing like we had in World War II. Now we fought that out like fucking like you was there, brother. I was decent. Oh, who was there? We went to Imperial, but I know you brothers went to Imperial as well, right? Right? And then in there we were saying, oh yeah, it's gonna be like that. And then now Esau's even saying like years later.
But now he's got a digital way to do it.
And we didn't even know about them the CBDCs and all that.
Yeah, no, that wasn't like that.
Yeah, but that goes to show you, you rely on faith. The most I will
The vision. The vision.
Yeah.
The leader ain't got the vision. You can't see what's happening. The foresight, man.
Well, we're at 2 Ezra chapter 9, coming on verse now, right? It says, the will of God is being made manifest. Things become manifest over time. Like Habakkuk 2 and 3 say, these. Yeah, for an appointed time, right? It's you have to wait. You have to be patient.
Looking through glass,
right? You have to be patient. Eventually, the Most High is going to reveal these things. We understand them in the scriptures, but we have to see a way how it manifests into the world. So we talk about the mark of the beast, and the sea hips and all that kind of stuff. You know, I was an apostle, man. It was about years, man, before there was any real signs of that. But now it's all over the place. And people are trying to deny it. Nate's trying to shoulder roll it. You know, he's trying to get around the idea that the sea hip now could do more than just track and trace. You know, so he's trying to make up new doctrines now. You know, to try and save his ass. Right, but it's all up in our faces now, man. It's about to be implemented. You know?
This is Revelation chapter 12, verse 12. It says, therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time.
Yeah, time's running out, man. We ain't got much longer here, man. You know, we ain't got much longer here, man. If you think we got ages to go, bro, we don't really watch it. You know? Yeah, we can't tell you exactly how long. We know this place ain't got much time left. We're very close now. You know? Read that again, man.
Yeah. Revelation 12 and 12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath.
Esau about to rear his fangs on the earth, man. Like I said, he already done the trial runs and that. You know, he always, coercing people to do this and do that, forcing people to do this and do that, threatening you with your jobs and whatever he threatening you with, benefits, because that'll be the next one. I think he already did that. You know, but he's going to enforce that even more. And you're going to see how much of a devil and how much he doesn't give a shit about the people.
Then these jigs, but them Israelites were right. This one man, that's the jib.
Yeah, but then by then it's too late because you took the jib jab, you took the MOTP, and you crying about it afterwards. We blew that trumpet, right? You decided not to listen. You know?
Daniel 8:25. And through his policy also, he shall cause craft to prosper and
Same world order that you're trying to establish, because that's that Hellenization, basically what Esau doing all over again, man.
And by peace he shall destroy men. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes.
Because Esau's a cunning hunter. You know, he's the most subtle beast of the food, right? So he knows how to get to people, right? And they say the food issue is going to be a major thing.
You already see
food war.
now.
Yeah. He's using food as a weapon against the people.
Right.
He's laying siege against the people.
Right.
By manufacturing, this crisis.
In Palestine as well. What happened with that? That's really because after that, how many chemical water fires broke out after different plants?
All these shows, train derailments, as well recently.
Water contamination. That goes back to poison in the water.
He's buying up all these fields. He's buying up all these fields. Telling them to destroy their crops and destroy their cattle and all kinds of stuff. Why is this happening? Esau is attacking, right? Esau is globally attacking the food system, man. Yeah.
Food was it's heavy, man. It's food settling down in the camp. So I'm trying. It's like I don't want to miss nothing. It's tired though.
They're housing them in
If you don't work, don't worry.
hotels. The public are complaining, and it's all men. I've seen the footage on social media. The Irish geese was like, "Where's all the women and the children?" And it's just like thousands of men coming in their land.
Yeah.
When shit hits the fan, you know they're looking for it.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah. What's your name?
Yeah, and I was seeing something where they said a lot of them dudes are like soldiers that they've let into these lands. You know what I'm saying? So like they're like trained guys, man. Yeah, a lot of them. You know, even if they're not, some of them dudes are just fucking rebels that have killed people and they're just free in Europe now. Like they're just free in England. So when shit hits the fan, these dudes will fucking do anything. You know? Wow. Yeah, bro. The people here are not used to that type of mentality. They are. You know? They so like it.
2nd Ezra 16 and 70. For there shall be in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. They shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. You know, so they're going to be in a mad spirit. You know, and it's speak about in Ezekiel 21:9, Son of Man prophesy and say, "What thus saith the Lord? Say a sword is sharpened, man." You know, Operation J Helm and all of that. They were doing all of the things way back in the day, and they've done perfected that sharpening of that sword.
They're getting ready for the sword.
That's right.
They're getting ready for the sword because they're the ones obviously they're planning it, right?
Yeah.
So they're getting people trained up to deal with it. To try and deal with it. It's gonna be messy. There's gonna be casualties on both sides. There's gonna be sedition among men.
Yes.
Right. So you know there's gonna be fighting fighting out here everywhere. You know, because the crisis that's going on, man. Because people's tension being super high. You know.
Regarding like another pandemic that happened to scandemic.
We're
going to give them power. WHO and business power to force mandate vaccinations and all that.
Again, it's a world organization. It's a world organization. So they get to dictate to whoever they want to dictate to and tell them what to do. It's not individual governments now. Everyone has to do what they tell them to do.
So when they transfer power from the government, that's called martial law, man. Yeah. That's our martial law.
Yeah. That's locking too. It's locking as well. Like I was reading this article on News Punch, right? And they said that Brazil basically is imprisoning the people over there because they didn't get the jiggity jab, basically. You know what I'm saying? And, that's just like what we really can say.
There's another lockdown. Then what's gonna happen is you're not gonna be able to import certain food to that's gonna be famine too. Like that's gonna increase food prices and everything like that. That's something called a blockade. A blockade means an act or means of sealing off a place to prevent goods or people from entering or leaving. And couple that with the creation of these 15-minute cities that they're trying to put in place.
That's
They're trying to isolate everybody, lock people in, man. Because you imagine back when the C19 hit, man, they were telling people you couldn't go to certain places across the country, right? But you see, it's used to manage the small sections, in different parts. Now it's easy to manage that. You know,
that's why a lot of these side roads now are all blocked. You notice that? It's all one way. You gotta get caught up in the
Because obviously these smart cities that they're building, man, they're gonna be able to watch you all the time. Yeah. But it's hard to watch you across the whole country, but if they can find you in smaller spaces, it's easy to manage, you know?
People are protesting against them. They are. People are protesting in the UK against that because they see it like these are basic concentration camps. These are concentration camps. People are aware of it. It's the average person, man. They're protesting about that. Yeah. And that's sedition against men. 2nd Ezra 15.
Also, when you watch that plants and farm, what it highlights is that the UK farming industry has been for the last couple of years. Right? So it's the thing where you can't import and you can't grow. So you know, double back.
It's two spaces to run farms, two spaces to import things in.
well, in the first series, he made £144 worth of profit the entire year. Entire year is
Yeah, that's bad, man. Making more grandma.
This is Matthew 24, verse 12. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. So guess what, man? In these last days, it's going to be purge settings out here. Everything's going to be wild, chaotic, and violent. People will be slashing each other. And then next, people will be invading people's houses. Yeah, your friendly neighbor that you grew up with is going to be killing you. He's going to be watching you go to the stores and hoarding food and stuff like that. So they'll go wild out
I was going to say on top of this as well, because you usually got people in such a confined space. You know, I was thinking about, when you got like rats, you can find a rat in this way. The rat does anything, it can get out. Yeah. Right? It gets very violent, you know, and it'll tear through, whoever got to tear through to get out and survive. Right? That's what it's all going to be like. These confined spaces.
They got away with it, and then a couple months later, they just did a police run everybody else. And then the police actually purposely protected the police station. They let them destroy the whole thing, and they caught every single one of them.
Funny about that, I'm so after that because even a lot of the police stations, like people out there, I have to say, market. It used to be in the police station used to be in the town centre. All the town centre police stations were shut down. Like the one in Market moved to the 813. It's like you can't access it basically. And it's built like a warehouse.
I never seen that.
Yeah. That's when I saw it on the 813, I realized it was basically like a big warehouse. So you don't know what they did inside there. Yeah, they did the same with Oxford company. Like they shut them down like the local one. They shipped them out to like big warehouse buildings. You know they got good kind of artillery, everything ready to go.
This is the book of Daniel 12:1. And at that time shall Daniel stand up, the great prince, which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that shall be found written in the actual book.
That's a hard thing to kind of imagine and try and picture. There's a lot of bad shit going on in the world, right? But what you said in these last times is the worst time ever, man. You know it's bad. You know, how bad you just got to experience it. You know, you ain't gonna know until you experience it, man. It's gonna be worldwide, worldwide trouble. You know, shit that only go, that might go on in some of these poorer countries, man. It's gonna be happening everywhere, man. Yeah. But there's so much people here. So much death is gonna go on, you know.
But that's part of their plan. They will not take out the majority of the world's population. That's why so pretty much it's the Most High working through the elites to declare war on the people.
That's why
the Most High's working.
That's why it comes with great wealth. Yes.
So the Most High, that's what it says. What did it say? Famine. It says the sword, death and destruction. It says 2 Samuel 6:15. It says I will bring plagues upon the world. Famine, death, and all that. And the Most High using the sword for that, man. Yeah, famine, cutting off all the food, killing off what? The lamb, the beef. Yeah, even what all this plant-based food. You know, rubbish, man. You know, plant-based bacon. You know, what? You know? And then Kill Gates is buying up all the farmland. You know, all that. And then they say, some woman saying there's no eggs in America. You know, saying no eggs. Some of the footages of all the shows are empty. And shit. And there's all right. There's not even put on the mainstream media, so that's right up on it. So they're putting it, they're sliding it in. These sort of sliding it all in, like a serpent, man. Yeah, because it's all gonna be like a thief in the night on the people. All hell's going crazy. Yeah, there's sudden destruction. You see, so it's like a multiple thing. It's the war that's happening down there in Ukraine and Russia and all that. There's a lot of things going on, and it's all that's gonna pile up. And then when the economy just collapses, man, people are gonna go crazy. Because right now the people they're in la la land. Just look at them. They're in la la land.
Yeah. Days of Noah.
Yeah. This is Matthew 24, verse 36. For that day, I will not know man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. As the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
But you know what that means, though? Because you don't know the time. Guess what? You got to be prepared all the time.
So there's a warrior. A good warrior is basically ready in time to peace, rock, peace, and element.
Yeah, you don't have time to slack off, man. Once you got this truth, man, you got to be on this truth. You don't know when the Lord's coming. You know, you don't get the time to do what these other people do. Because what's going to happen to them? They're going to get caught off guard. If we ain't got time to be caught off guard, man. You know?
It says, as the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking and marrying and giving in marriage until the day of Noah entered the ark. You were saying, brother, in that la la
Yeah.
spirit.
Yeah. Time to party.
Yeah, it's time to party. The spirit of deep sleep. Deep sleep. It reminds me of the film Judgment Day, Terminator 2. Yeah. Sarah Connor, she had the dream, the vision. Everyone was playing the playground, all that. Yeah. Boom. Yeah. Verse 39, it said, I knew not until the flood came, the destruction, that second death, and took them all away. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Right, that's it.
Yeah, that was a great destruction back then. Alright, this earth is going to go through a similar like destruction.
That was the first step.
That was the first step.
We're heading into the time of the second step. So that is one of the best examples of actually, to refer to the way how to get to
It's always the scale. It's the scale of the event. Like I said, so much people on earth, and the death toll is going to be, you know what I'm saying? And with the accumulation of all these different plagues and pestilences that the world's bringing, the body crisis, that term that they keep bringing up now, perma crisis, all this kind of stuff. It's the accumulation of all these things, why it's going to be so bad. It's everything happening together on a grand scale. You know, 7, 8 billion people on the planet, whatever Esau's saying. Wherever Esau's saying it, right? I don't know. But there's going to be a lot of death in the world because of that. The numbers are there to be done. You know? Imagine all these people fighting one. It's going to be chaos, man.
2nd Ezra 16 and 17, it says, woe is me, who will deliver me in those days? The beginning of sorrows and great mournings, the beginning of famine and great death, the beginning of wars, and the powers shall stand in fear, the beginning of evils. What shall I do when these evils shall come?
I said, everyone's going to be dealing with the same problems, man. You know? All these governments, they're going to be like, everything's going to be in disarray. Trying to deal with all these things that are going on. Like, the earthquakes, Turkey, Syria, right? Like, dealing with that, dealing with plague, dealing with, people murdering each other on the street, dealing with famine, dealing with everything, man. How is anyone going to deal with all of that? They can't. You know? The Lord's going to just destroy them all, man. Take them all like that, man.
Behold, famine and plague, tribulation and anguish are sent as scourges for amendment, but for all these things they shall not turn from their wickedness.
So when they report on these things, do they ever mention about the Most High? They don't. They don't ever mention, this was God, this is the God's work because of this and that. You never hear that come out of their mouths, man.
The only time they say that is when it's insurance.
So they have to pay out.
Their money.
Yeah. That's the only time they believe in God, so they don't have to pay out. But no one talks about that. The reasons why these things happen. Every time something bad happens, you got the flip sides that the people that survive. Oh, praise God. Yeah, at the same time, Most High kept you alive. But at the same time, Most High was the same one that brought the judgment upon you, man, and killed your family or whatever, man. You don't consider the fact that Lord brought judgment against you, your family, the country. You don't think about this.
When COVID was going on, when COVID was happening, fucking Biden or whoever it was, or was it Trump in power? Shouldn't they have got their Bible believing people, innit? So shouldn't they have got the Bible out and said, let's bring the country together in prayer? They didn't do that.
Yeah, they were trying to
run to the hospitals to get their yabs.
They were trying to say,
maybe Sweet J would have saved them. Maybe Sweet J would have saved them. I'm saying, like, if they turn the white Christians and the Jakes together, that blue eye would have come down shining on them. I'm saying the Christian, you know what I'm saying? They're not Christians.
Yeah, Kamala Harris. Yeah, Kamala Harris going to love thy brother means to get the.
Oh yeah.
So they use the butchery as
They use the Bible in the, you know what I'm saying? When it suits them. But you see, the first thing we do when we're fucked up, you know, the first thing we do when we're ill, what do? We pray, man. And then pray, and then you gotta just take the right, you know, try and get into the herbs or whatever. You know, we pray. We believe in the Lord, man. What the first thing Esau told you, come and get this thing.
Because at the same time, the reason
Come and die, basically.
why we get afflictions because the Lord give us the affliction. The Lord was one that take it off. We pray to the Lord, right?
Up to that point, I believe it was when the Apostle Peter's mother was sick, but that's true.
It says Luke 4:38, and he arose out of the synagogue and entered into Simon's house. Simon's wife's mother was taken with a great fever, and they besought him for her. It says, and he stood over her and rebuked the fever.
Yeah, so that, you know, at times you obviously heal his spirit. You know, so that's why. So you know, pray unto the Lord, and then take her. That's that means.
Finish it off, it says, and rebuked the fever, and it left her, and immediately she arose and ministered unto them. So, you know, once again, whenever Yahushua did these miracles, right, the effect was immediate. Whereas Esau gives you anything, you got 6 months of rehab, right? You're gonna come out, you know, you just walking, you know, through, right?
We'll give you like a 3% chance of recovering.
Exactly.
Take radiotherapy or chemotherapy, whatever it is, man. These don't give you high chances to survive all of that. You give you all types of cancers, man. You end up more worse.
Makes you worse.
That's it.
There's no guarantee of any recovery.
Yeah, because the whole system of the hospital system is a fucking money witchcraft. Exactly. So they keep when you've got
back more medication. That's the aim. And if you go to any like you check any of those of the capsules or the boxes, there's always a heavy list of side effects and hospital.
Yeah.
Well,
when you look at the police, the symbol of the hospital, the Carducea. You know what I'm saying? They're showing me it's about witchcraft, bullshit.
It's the same thing you're going to see on any image of Prophet the same.
Yes. Showing you that. Oh, sorry.
Very quick. Job 13:4. He unfolded the man, he all physicians for humanity.
Yes, that's right.
Esau ain't got the truth when it comes to, you know, the power. You know, he ain't got the power. He got his technology. He got his wisdom, his witchcraft. But ain't on the level. Ain't on the level of Yahushua. When Yahushua did something, it was done. He ain't not coming back. You know, get your prescription. You know,
That went from it.
that's right. It's through the power of the Lord, man. You know.
Psalms 103:2. Bless the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgiveth all thine iniquities, who healeth all thy diseases.
That's right. God said, I kill and I heal, right? You got that? You know, it's all the Lord, man. Everything is working for the Lord. And so you have to give reverence to the Father, man.
Yeah, like in the kingdom, we ain't gonna have fucking hospitals and all that. We're gonna be, NHS. Yeah, NHS. Like in America, the brothers, the healthcare ain't even free.
Yeah.
Hey, you're in hell and you can't even get healed for free. Well, you can't get so-called healed.
They'll say you fucked up, man. You can't even give birth. You got to pay like $10,000 to give birth. To put that into perspective, if I may, Kate and William's child cost £10,000. That's supposed to be the prince's child, and the average child in America is $10,000.
Yeah, that's the fees for the bed.
Yeah,
that's the the wires and all that. You know, it's all feast.
Premium.
Oh, you're paying like $100 grand. The kingdom, we ain't gonna be smart. We're not gonna have hospitals in the kingdom. We're gonna be good, man. Exactly. Why? Because in the ancient, so like, go on that. I'm saying, yeah, because in the ancient world, we were healed by the earth. We used the herbs, man, and prayer, but we weren't as fucked up as we are today, man. This isn't. They talk about the age of technology. This is the worst time there's ever been. You people are fucked at 19 years old. Their legs don't work, or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And even regarding the herbs, that's why the Most High is the most important thing, man, because even the plants, they're sick. They ain't got the strength they used to have. So they're not even, we will try our best to do certain herbs and do things like that. They're not as potent as they used to be.
Yeah.
So everything is the most important thing is the prayer, man.
You said the
people that the Most High make the thing activate. To do that, you know.
Drink any deadly thing to live. Even the poison get bit by the poisonous serpents.
Yeah.
That happened before. And we might have to go through that now because all kind of poison.
We're not constantly drinking and eating and breathing.
Pestilences, because they're going to do like biological warfare, chemical warfare. You know what I'm saying? Like, so.
No plague shall come nigh your dwelling. I was thinking it because you said you pulled out before.
Yeah, the brothers living in Ohio.
Yeah.
The man, I see people lighting the water on fire.
Yeah, man. But it says in Isaiah, my servant shall eat. You shall not eat. My servant shall eat.
You finished now, man.
So called Ecclesiasticus, but the 8 of 24, the Lord has prepared medicine out of the earth, and he that is wise will not about it.
But he's sort of like, nah, I don't want to deal with that. I want to make money while producing oil and shit. So I'm gonna make these petrochemicals and sell them to you, man, and have you slowly die off these things. You know, it'll keep you enough to keep moving around. Yeah, but you will constantly be on this the rest of your life.
And this guy's the devil of most, so he just makes the medicine
of what is that? And then he'll ban the actual parts themselves or the practice of that type of medicine.
And it's because you can't what's the word? You can't patent them because it's actually a certain percentage to basically patent.
That's what the Bible says. The love of money is the root of all evil. The healer is supposed to make money. Well, really, the first healers is supposed to be your family. When back home, you was sick. The doctor was the next step. The first step was like your grandmother or your granddad, and he would go out and get the bush or whatever, and that. But then obviously you always had people, physicians who were experts, and obviously you deserve this money because time is money. In order for you to put the time and the effort into be an expert at anything, that means that's time taken away from you farming or doing something. So obviously a healer's supposed to be worthy of his money. But in these system, they don't want to just be worthy of money. They're trying to be like super trillionaires. So if you look at like the Fortune 500 and go find all them pharmaceutical companies, they are big business. Members are making billions upon billions. So they have a business model, and their business model is to make profit first and foremost. They don't care. So if they make a drug, they'll actually calculate and know, okay, well, this drug is gonna 30% of people are gonna have this, but only 5% might sue. And out of them lawsuits, this is the average amount of money that will get sued. This is the profit. So it's like, raw, like, as long as you make a profit at the end of it, they don't care who dies.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter. What matters at the end of the day, because it's a capitalist, corporate world, is the bottom line, the money. That's really that's why I said the love of money is the root of all evil. The doctors will turn a blind eye because they're getting paid off to the fact that the animals will die. They get cut.
That guy that gave away the game. It was like that game thing that gave away the game to that dude, man. What's that?
I forgot his name, but yeah, the same thing.
It was a company's last 30 years. They've been hiding their results. I forgot what the company was come out recently, but it said they do the whole time. So they had a 30-year run, and a hell of a run, but they got away with profiting. And now, you know, the gavels come down, but it's only going to come down somewhat. They know, okay, that little bit there, sorted, but we still got all our money.
You can't trust your doctor, but your doctor hasn't actually gone and researched what he's given. Someone else has done the research and told them that it's okay for this.
You know what it's like?
So they just do that.
Right at school, they give you a curriculum, innit? And everybody has to work with that curriculum.
Yeah.
You're given a particular thing to talk to teach, right? Same in the hospital. They have to provide you with certain medication. They can't offer you other things. It's not part of their system.
And they don't check, they don't do no research themselves. That's why most of them will just go along with whatever the system says. They're getting paid at the end of the day. If you rock the boat, you could be ostracized. You can get
No practice. I'll tell you it's no practice.
No, they whack them too.
Yeah, and they kill because a lot of them die because they want to be whistleblowers.
Yeah.
So yeah, Esau system is wicked, man.
So even on your point about the money, they showed you that with Teflon. Remember you just recommended a film, Black Borders or something like that, Dark Borders. And it's, the DuPont company, goes into, they made billions, but the fine was only a couple of million. So it's like, it's nothing. Oh, and apparently, but apparently it's sort of like the companies themselves aren't even the ones that pay the fine. It's the insurance. Yeah, the insurance company pays the fine.
Because you pay every month, every year you pay the lawyers, pay your insurance. So the lawsuit comes. Yeah, insurance already.
I mean, insurance. Hey, the Esau system is wicked, man.
Let's sleep.
This is Matthew chapter 24, verse 22. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened.
Esau did this slow, one way to hell, man. You know, everything under his rulership would all be destroyed in the end. By his own hands, if he was allowed to go on for so long. You know, Esau doesn't know how to take care of anything. Evidently. Ever since he's been in rulership, man, everything's been on the downward slope to destruction, man. Death, dying. You know, extinction. Right? The oceans are polluted, the air is polluted, the water is polluted, the air is, the food is polluted, mercury in the fish, plutonium in the fish, you know, radiation from the fish in the fish, man.
Yeah, that's still on coach.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're still away. They're rods in the ocean, they're still going. You know what I'm saying? They're still going, man. You know, God says it's going to come out any moment now, you know? But yeah, man, Esau doesn't know how to take care of anything, man. He doesn't care if you're going to die. He says he is as death. He is as death. Yes. You take peace from the earth.
He's literally the good people.
You know, everyone's diseased. You know, everyone's a problem that they're trying to deal with. People shouldn't be this sick.
And even the whole pharmaceutical industry, that doesn't kill you. That just designed to keep you hooked on the drugs. It's drugs.
Yeah, I think
and when you look up the word I believe it's sorcery or something like that in the Revelation, the word there, the Greek word is pharmakia. It just means drugs, man. You know? That's the medical industry. That's so sorcery, man.
Just like with the transgender thing, they make a lot of money off that. Because they have to produce the hormones and the drugs that they give these people, and on top of that, the aftercare, and you got the surgeries, so they make a lot of money off all that, taking your child, the therapists and all that stuff. Man,
Those drug dealers, like the fentanyl dealers.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. The heroin epidemic all goes back to the pharmaceutical industry giving people the oxytocin because they bump their knee or something, and they give them all them drugs, and then they go from oxytocin and that and end up on the heroin and the meth.
Yeah, it's all intertwined, man.
So do you think this world is going to get better? Things are already getting worse. And you keep praising the Lord and Esau for his technology brings in the world, thinking that we're going to move like progress. We're talking about progression. You think things are progressing? Things are regressing. And they cover it up with fancy lights and technology. You know? But things are actually getting worse. Why are they always talking about the world's going to end because of climate change? Because things are getting worse under Esau. Yeah.
No, you have to say it.
Ezekiel 28:3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten these riches, and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures.
Right, Esau's got this system working like a front. Like it's a science he's got it down here, and he'll do things and you'll think it was a mistake, and he'll go, oops. It wasn't no oops, and it wasn't no mistake. It's all done strategically. Even down to the. I was watching something where they were talking about the riots. What was it? What were the riots they had for that George Floyd? And they were saying where them riots were organized were specifically in areas that there was some kind of law that basically you could just go in and buy up all the land with less tax. So they were putting the riots in them regions to drop the price of the real estate so they could go and buy it up and pay less tax. I mean so much Esau does out here. That's the way he does it. In the ghettos like that, isn't it? It's the same thing. It's all calculated with Esau, but at the end of the day, like the brothers are saying, it brings destruction and death, but he don't care. He doesn't care that there's no longevity. He's like a parasite that kills the host. And the parasite is fat. You know, sucking the host dry, you're getting fatter and fatter. But what happens is the host is gonna die. You don't have nothing else left to eat. And that's how Esau's treating the earth, man. And the people, just destroying the people's minds. Like, you know what I mean? The demon, man.
Proverbs 12:10, a righteous man regards his life with peace, but the tender mercy.
Right, Esau's got people hating me because what he done is like, especially in America, they created they industrialized big agro, right? We used to have the small farmers. Now, small farmers care about the animals. Small chicken farmers, small farmers, little family-owned farmer, little Jesse running around chasing the cows. Those people take care of their farms. What they did, they bankrupted those people, brought in the big farmer, and made it industrial, like Tyson. And they made it where everything's about the bottom line. So they're just trying to maximize profits. They got no soul. These corporations are soulless. So then you get a situation where they're abusing the animals. So then now Esau could turn around and tell you meat's bad, so you can't eat meat no more. So he could turn around and make some next shit in a lab and feed that to you. But he's the one that created that demonic situation. It was him.
And based on the fact that everything that Esau produces, most people don't even eat half of that. But they get bare cows getting slaughtered every day to feed what market? Like these people eat what they eat. They have like mass eating contests and things like that. It's just craziness, man. Of course, but the reason behind that is Esau, though. It's not because people are just overusing things, but it's Esau. He's just pushing that type of lifestyle on people, man.
If I could say real quick, even in terms of when you are looking at the vegetables and the soy, soy is they basically said, soy is the next big thing. So now they just destroy entire lands of forests to just have soy farms and all of that sort of stuff. So you've got the same problem with the earth being destroyed. This time it's just not cows, it's now soy or palm oil.
And then you get a bunch of Sam Smiths everywhere.
Yeah. Sorry for it. Isaiah 24:4 from 4 says, the earth mourneth and fadeth away, the people languisheth and fadeth away. The haughty people of the earth do languish. The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof, because they have transgressed the laws, changed the ordinance.
Because Esau don't care. He don't care about the laws, such as commandments he's supposed to use to govern the earth with. Because those are the ways of life. Esau is the ways of death. He's doing everything he absolutely can to go against the Heavenly Father and how he set up everything. He's deconstructing everything, turning men into women and violence. He's doing the most.
But even I was thinking about that law, right? The Bible says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So why are you genetically modifying seeds so that you can patent the seeds so you own the seeds? How can a man own the seeds? Like, yeah, you can physically own the seed, but how can you own the seed? Like, so then what happens is, like, if one of your seeds goes into another person's, like, just blows into someone else's, like, land, Esau will come and go, okay, that's ours, and sue them and put them out of business. But how can you own the sea? So the sea can't. That's madness. You can't own an animal. You can't say I own all dogs that fit this I own. No, the Bible says the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. So the Lord owns everything, right? Ultimately. But Esau's like, I want to patent this and patent that, and this belongs to me, and that belongs to me, and no one else can use it. But bro, you were born here, like everybody else. The mango. What the hell are you gonna? This Esau's crazy.
He's trying to say that he's the most high, basically.
It's the Most High that decides life or death over anything. So he controls everything. It belongs to him. Nothing comes into this world or leaves this world unless the Most High separates it. So it always belongs to him. As the scripture says, he's trying to be like the Most High. He's trying to be God. He's trying to play God. He wants control, right? He wants to be the man who decides who's born and who dies. That's why he's trying to create them synthetic wombs, the place where he can create people. You know what I'm saying?
That's all it takes on sterilizing them.
You know what I mean?
So he has actually control of that situation.
Yeah, he's trying to create that matrix where you can make people be born and stuff, man, synthetically and shit like that.
Man and machine.
Yeah, machines and shit like that.
That's why a lot of these celebrities now are not having their own children. They're making that into a thing where they're choosing not to have their own children, not for medical reasons or that. Because they don't want to get pregnant, and so they're turning that into a thing. So what's the next step after that? After you don't have surrogate, but what if you don't have to have a human surrogate? What if you just have like, the little machine? Incubator.
I think that sometimes then they got replacement to look like it, which is like an AI robot. And that's why it's like now everyone's like ChatGPT is blowing up. Everyone's saying that, oh, it's almost human centric. Like he's trying to have his own form of life that's essentially like a replacement of what I can make it even better.
Definition, man, as well. I don't think that was they weren't having. They weren't having sex. They weren't having sex. So where was the children? Same thing with you. Genesis chamber.
Yeah, but that's all the autism. That's why we need to get out of this place, man. Because he's strange, man. And the Bible says, "Deliver us from the hand of strange." Only a strange person would want to fix something that didn't need fixing. You know? Like, yeah. Hey, that's a good program. It's a brave new world. Yeah, brave. But they're about to legalize cocaine as well, apparently, and start giving it to people on prescription. And that all goes back into brave new world where Aldous Huxley said they're gonna give people soma, people drugs to make them happy in a situation that you wouldn't normally be happy with. That's why Klaus Schwab said you will own nothing and be happy. They're just gonna have you like a slave out here, and then just inject you with drugs to make you feel happy. That's why
they're probably going to change medication. The Neuralink can control your emotions. Right.
That's why even now that weed shit is all legal in America. They want to legalize it, and they've got all these different strands and just got all these highs on prescriptions as well.
Yeah. So that's why if you watch that program, Brave New World, like when something happens, like an accident or something bad happens, you got one of the top guys that come around and they start giving people the song to control their emotions to make sure that they don't get, It's crazy. Yeah, he saw the devil, man. That's why we got to be delivered, man.
So that's going to be the same concept as delivery, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, isn't Revelation, man? A lot of people from there, they have the same thing in there. Yeah. I thought they was hide the comfort so that he doesn't invoke emotion. Is that people from there or is that delivery?
It was for different reasons.
Okay.
This is Matthew 10 and 29. Are not two sparrows sold for a farthing, and one of them shall not fall to the ground without your Father? But the very hairs of your head are all numbered.
Yeah, so that's the Most High. The Most High, he is the ultimate. He knows everything. He has all the knowledge. Everything in real time. Past, present, future. The Most High knows everything. That's why the Bible says our God is Esau's trying to be that, but through witchcraft, through technology. That's why he's setting up all the different devices, because the devices can constantly feed information into the system in real time. And then so all that still comes back together with the chip. Because that's really what it's all about, to count, which that's another blasphemy, because you're not supposed to number the people. But that's what he do. He wants to number everyone, he wants to number everything, he wants to know what you're doing, where you are, you know what I'm saying, what your mood is. Huh?
The Most High knows.
He wants to be like the Most High, man, to control you, to have you under that ultimate authoritarian. And it's like Jim Crow, slavery. It's all of that, but on a much higher level. You know?
That's why they set up those 5Gs.
Right, because the 5G allows information in real time. That's why you could go into Google right now and it will tell you Westfield, and it will be there. This amount of people in Westfield right now, or your gym. My gym app tells me how many people are in the gym right now.
Yep. You know? Even fucking Google Maps and all that, man. You can look at this street cam right now.
Live cam.
Before there was fucking dial-up internet 10 years back.
Oh, you could live cam in different cities. You go on YouTube and you can just type in live cam Rio de Janeiro, and there's CCTV just there feeding right there, like 24/7. Even in the fucking in Africa. No, I'm not saying in Africa because they ain't got technology. I'm talking about in the fucking Serengeti and shit. Esau's got cameras set up and you can see the lions coming at night to the water hole.
Oh, yeah.
24/7.
That's right. Live stream.
They basically showed these people in an MRI scan, some images, and they were able to read the brainwaves and recreate the images that the person had seen from brainwaves. So now people got this implant in their head, that basically means Esau's going to be able to see what you see from your brainwaves.
You know, it's crazy, bro.
And that's why we got to be so get Revelations 12 and 10. That's why Yahweh Shai made a sacrifice so that we could be delivered. But basically, the MOTB is Esau keeping us in captivity. Just like Pharaoh, Pharaoh didn't want to let the people of the Lord go. He didn't want to release them. Because we're not supposed to be in captivity forever. We're not supposed to own nothing. The Bible tells you that with Abraham, he promised to Abraham that him and his seed would have an inheritance. But Esau's like, nah, you ain't gonna have no inheritance. You're just gonna be whatever I want you to be, and I'm gonna chip you in and put my name on you and number you. You're gonna be mine. Yeah. But the elect, why are the elect not gonna take that? Because guess what? The Lord has already bought the elect. The elect belong to the Lord. So at the appointed time when the elect is supposed to be delivered, they're gonna be delivered. Esau ain't got no power over them. That's why it's important. Anyone got it? Who's got it?
Revelations 12 and 10.
12 and 10, yeah.
Revelations 12 and 10. And I heard a loud voice saying, heaven, now is come salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of Yahushua Mashiach. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb.
Right, they overcame him. Which is Esau, Edom, the elites, overcame them by the blood of the Lamb, which is Yahweh Shai, the Passover. Through the sacrifice that Yahweh Shai made. That's the reason why the elect ain't gonna be chipped. Why the elect ain't gonna be bowing down onto Esau. Ain't gonna make that blood covenant. Because when you take that mark, it's a blood covenant. Because what has to happen for you to receive that mark? You have to be penetrated. Blood has to be shed. Right. Yeah. So when you take that mark, you're actually making a blood covenant with Esau. You're saying, listen up. Just like when a woman getting penetrated, man. It's a blood covenant.
Heavy.
But the Lord already made a covenant for us, man. The new covenant is going to be established in His blood. So the elect ain't gonna make a covenant with Esau like that. The Lord has delivered us from that, from madness that this brother's talking about, man. Chipping your brain and all this business, man. Well, I'm to you, man. I just want to hold some brother and chill, man. Just doing something. We don't want to live like that. Go on.
And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony.
Right, the word of their testimony, because our power is in Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai is going to come and deliver us with His power. See, you got the Jake in the world. They get disheartened when they hear about Esau, man, because they know that Esau got the big tall one. Then he got the satellites. He got all this weaponry, and it seems so big. So you're thinking, wow, we gotta get weapons. We gotta get this. We gotta get that. But ultimately, that's not how we're gonna overcome. We're gonna overcome because of the sacrifice that Yahweh made, right? And the word of our testimony, meaning our faith, that we proclaim the name of Yahweh and preach this gospel. That's how we're gonna overcome all of this carnal shit that's in our way. Because we're fighting against the giant out here. Here we are, we're out here, man, got a couple phone devices and some Bibles. We're fighting against powers that's got quantum computers and fucking AIs and multi-billion, trillion dollar operations going on, and us men are coming here on Oyster cards. we up against it, man. We really up against it. But we're defeating them in such a simple way that really didn't even cost us nothing.
This is Psalms 33, verse 16. There is no king saved by the multitude of an host. A mighty man is not delivered by much strength. And horse is a vain thing for safety. Neither shall he deliver any by his great strength. Behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him, upon them that hope in his mercy, to deliver their soul from death, and to keep them alive in famine.
And that's right. And that's going full circle everything we're talking about, man. That's why we gotta give praise to Yahweh Shai and worship Yahweh Shai. Because without Yahweh Shai, man, we'd be caught up in all of this. There'll be no way to escape it. But this man he's really got everything on lock. He's doing his thing. So Yahweh Shai is gonna come, just dash away all of that, man. So we gotta keep preaching. Finish that, then.
Finish the last verse.
Yeah.
It says, and they Revelations 12 and 11, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto death.
Love not their lives unto death, man. Because you realize that this ain't life out here, man. And that's one of the main things you gotta learn when you're in this truth, that like the brothers was going into earlier, man. Like there ain't really nothing out here for us, man. Everything is tainted, everything is dirty, everything stinks. Right? This ain't the life that we want to live. So you start to hate being in it. You start to hate, this bullshit. So then you're ready to go. You're ready to go, man. You're ready to just say, fuck it, man. We out of here anyway. Right? That's the kind of spirit that you got to be in. Because if you try and cling on to this world, guess what, man? That jibby jabba jibba jib that they're gonna be, you're gonna take it. Because that's gonna seem like the salvation, to be a doorway into this world. I want to keep hold of the things that I have. I want to keep my Twitter account. I want to keep my Insta account. I want to do, you want all these different things in this carnal realm because you don't believe in the world to come. You're gonna take that jib jab. Because Esau has the keys to this system that we live in. It's just true. He's running everything. Niggas ain't running shit out here. We don't got no trucks bringing in no food. We don't run any of this system. Only thing niggas don't even run the music, man, because Spotify and MTV and them man run the music, man. If you don't want to cut off the music, you can't even go gym no more. You know what I'm saying? It's cheap.
Even in some cases, your woman too. In some cases, they don't have no control over their women.
Of course you ain't. You don't control no one.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, man, you gotta be ready to just
give it all up.
Give it all up, man, for the name's sake of the Lord.
I read this earlier, it's Matthew 10 and verse 29. It says, he that findeth his life shall lose it, and he that loseth his life for my sake, for the Lord's sake, right, shall find it. It's not about this world. It ain't about trying to keep hold of things that you find precious. Everyone's got things that they have, has a certain amount of value to it, man. But at the end of the day, all that stuff is worth nothing compared to the kingdom, compared to the glory that we're going to receive, the righteousness, the honor, the glory we're going to receive from Yahweh Shai. So we're prepared to give up all those things, sacrifice all those things. We're all here to make sacrifices. Right? This book is the sacrifice is required. Right? So whether that's you and everything that's to do with you.
That's why you got the strength to be able to
talk to like, the men that that's the Lord, but he said, can I get this position?
Yeah, I think he's John.
Yeah, it's all about that is, but then he said, what the main thing he said to them was that was going to happen, was that he was going to drink from my cup. That was actually what was going to happen. So he said, I'm going to sit right over the left. Yeah, but there was definitely going to drink the hell and all that. Yeah, you know what I mean? You got to do that. And then that. Someone read it, I don't think
That was the verse I wanted. So yeah.
Matthew chapter 20, verse 20. It says, and then came to him the mother of Zebedee's children with her sons, worshipping him and desiring a certain thing of him. And he said unto her, what wilt thou? She saith unto him, grant these that my two sons may sit on the throne, may sit on the one on thy right hand and the other on the left in thy kingdom. But Yahushua answered and said, ye know not what ye ask. Are ye able to drink of the cup that I shall drink of, and to be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with?
Yeah, because to be in this truth, it takes sacrifices. You know, if you wanna become the top person in the world, football, basketball, you gotta put in a sacrifice on the left-hand side to get that. And when your mind's woke, then that's when you find that out. You don't even know that first. You know, you're a kid, you're the yeah. Then you find out that these people are taking deals with the gods of this world to get that. But the same is on the right-hand side. Like, okay, so how I want that, I want to be in here, I want to be there. The Lord said, you don't know what you're asking. It comes with, like brothers are going into, righteous sacrifices. You know what I mean? Carry on, man.
It says, with the baptism that I am baptized with, they say unto him, we are able. And he saith unto them, ye shall drink indeed of my cup.
So he said, you're damn right. If you're going to be in this truth, you're going to drink in that cup. You are going to go through shit. You ain't got a fucking choice. You ain't got a fucking choice. You come in this truth, man, you're going to go through some shit and you find that out. And it's going to be tailor-made. Because everyone's got a different threshold. Do you know what I mean? We're not all the same, man. You know, brothers have got different tribes, number one. You know, from different places. Do you know what I mean? So it's going to be to your threshold. But you are going to go through shit. Like, one thing that might be certain to one brother is different to another brother. One brother might, I can deal with that. But then the other thing that the other brother can't, so it's vice versa, both can't. Do you know what I mean? So it's to everyone's threshold, man. But you're damn sure we're going to go through some shit. You know? Go on,
yeah, God. It says, ye shall drink indeed of my cup and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give.
So he said you're baptized with baptism. Let's someone get baptized with fire. That's Matthew's result. Matthew's free, baptized with fire.
Matthew chapter 3, verse 11. I indeed baptize you with water unto repentance. But he that cometh after me is mightier than I, whose shoes I am not worthy to bear. He shall baptize.
This is Yahushua. So John, we know John the Baptist is right. No, say that's not. We know we believe that it's the Spirit. It's just not, it's not a doctrine. We don't teach it as a doctrine. How do we not teach that? I'm a privilege as John the Baptist. It's not a doctrine. We don't say you got to be the truth. You got to believe that. That's for the Spirit, man. See, that's all on the topic within itself. Because the Lord said, who do men say that I am? And people were saying different things. You know? But then he said, you're blessed. So that's not really, it's not a doctrine, that's just for your faith. Enough. So, you know what I'm saying? And people are going to be at different levels of faith. You know, but it doesn't matter. It says as long as you got this faith and brain, that's all you need. You need to know. Like, well,
the fact that is, John the Baptist did come back.
Yeah.
So he's humble.
That's
he
it.
needed to be. I don't know if it's
simple as that. Simple as that. That makes sense. As simple as that. John the Baptist come back, is somebody who's not going to be a new nigga that just comes up, you know, just springs the fuck up. I'm just, okay, instead of talking some shit, you know, you got these punk bitch niggas on the internet, man. They're going to be some new punk faggot. And you got some one dude, you know, I'm King Dave. Right? You see that? Yeah, you see the one there. You live that and he was going, yeah, I'm King David and all that. No, he's not. You know what? If he wants to believe that, that's a nigga. He can believe that. He ain't taught nobody, but he's just King David. Nothing comes from him. You know, that's just madness, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's like all these people that are trying to say, like, no, Sakari, I don't even know. I'm going to go back to that. Sakari and all that, saying FLR and all that. Like, that is illegal, man. Because the scripture says to know who you learn from, make sure who you learn the truth from, basically. It comes from the apostles and elders and the high priest. That's where we all learned this from. We didn't know who the fuck we was, bro. Who the fuck we would know shit. And that's why we curse out. That's why we curse out any motherfucker out there that comes against the truth, comes against the order that we got. You know, any motherfucking bitch ass nigga, straight out. Go on, man.
It's like,
Yeah, man.
I was trying to make the point, man. This is the guys like Sakari and these other groups, man. They're trying to build another foundation, man. They don't continue building on the foundation that was already set. You know, so I just want to bring this up. Scrap the point.
He wants his own foundation. Chief size.
It's Romans 15 and verse 20. It says, yea, so have I strived to preach the gospel, not where Yahushua was named, lest I should build upon another man's foundation. I don't think this is I'll continue, I'll find out.
This is back in Matthew 20 and 23. It says, and he saith unto them, ye shall drink indeed of my cup, and be baptized with the baptism that I am baptized with. But to sit on my right hand and on my left is not mine to give.
Well, you cannot go to the truth. Or could be coming the truth. Or Alizar, all of a sudden, he thinks he's over. Joe's brothers have been in the truth before this season. I know that for a fact. You know that. Brothers know that. I know that. You know that. There's a lot of brothers. You know that. You know that. There's a lot of people that have been in the truth way before fucking Alizar. He's got all these followers. He's like this fucking. Fuck that. Fox can come out like that. You got a problem with it, bro. See? That's it. But I'm just saying that guy's a demon, man. You know, the scriptures talks about despising governments and all that. That's what he's doing. You can't do that. It's wicked, man. You know what I mean? Disrespect to parents.
Yeah.
That's basically what you do.
Because the elders were there stood crowns. They stood crowns. Came up on the no story, right? So the apostles and the apostles before him was like stood crowns.
Straight at him. There you go. What we got is it going up?
It says, but it shall be given to them for whom it is prepared of my Father.
Yeah, I just found that scripture that I was thinking about. It's from 1 Corinthians chapter 3. It's on verse 9, right? It says, but we are laborers together with God. Ye are God's husbandry, ye are God's building. According to the grace of God which is given unto me as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation. This is what Yahushua laid the foundation for us to build upon. Right? So we got to build in the same manner. Yahushua gave us the code to understand the breakdowns to be able to build. Right? So that's our foundation. Okay? And every man entered in unto that man is built the same way. To grow the house, to build the building, right? It says, according to the grace of God which is given unto me as a wise master builder, I have laid the foundation and another buildeth thereon. i.e. the men that came in afterwards, right? And it says, but let every man take heed, take caution, be aware, right, of how he buildeth thereof. You have to be careful how we build to make sure we still building to the same regulations, to the same code that Yahweh has set before. And going throughout, the apostles. Even back then with Peter, they were the apostles that laid down the code for them because they learned from Yahweh, right? And this spiritually, this truth has come back, right? Even about always the apostle of Bibis, high priest Ariah, Elder Yaakov, right? King Marshall, all on down, right? We are continuing to build in that same stead. There's a certain code of regulation we've got to build to. But you're not happy with it.
Before you slip away, like there was discrepancies or debates amongst the disciples about certain stuff. You thought you could use that, but then when you really find out, you really about that thing, and you know what? Give the game away. When he said that apostles shouldn't teach because he's an old Levite. He give the game away. He wanted to see. That's it. That was really well about all of that because that was all that when the disciples were going through that. That wasn't new. You know what I'm saying? That already happened, and the apostles always talks about that stuff that the doctrines and stuff that were coming out. That wasn't Sakari's luck, man. Who the fuck does he think he is? You know what I'm saying?
Just with that philosophy, that mindset, we got to go away with the whole book of Revelation. I mean, it's not gonna say. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah.
What Moses is
seeking. Prophets. Did Moses seek? That's right. That's
all the time. You're gonna say like, all right, prophesy. Oh no, you're Levite. Stop. All right.
He's the only one that's kept the truth and the whole breakdown of school and everything, He's continuing on those same works. Everybody else is fed off and go back into the world now.
That's a good point. There's a lot of people that lay that out.
It says, verse 11 says, for other foundation can no man lay that is laid, which is Yahweh Shai Mashiach. Now, if any man build upon this foundation, gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble, every man's work shall be made manifest. It's not all of the materials of good building with, man. Some of them are not suitable. Some of these doctrines are not suitable in this truth. Right? It says, every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire.
That's why you got loads of Israelite groups. But not everybody got the spirit of the Lord, man. You know what I mean? People think we're just saying stuff. It's not fucking joke, man. It's the truth. You got people teaching that. What's up with that? Forever. The Lord says mercy and power. You know what I mean? The Lord's going to extend mercy to the other nations. They're going to be under us, and they're not going to be God's. That's enough mercy for him. But the Lord's still merciful, man. You know what I mean? Because they might say, oh, but where's the punishment? Where's the punishment? They're not going to be God's. They're not going to be God's. That's punishment enough.
Come on, trust.
You know what I mean? They're seeing other nations that are God's, and they're not God's, so they're living good and all that. And they're serving us still. Brendan Howell's worse than that. That's demonic. There's no mercy in that. But then they'll get mad at you for saying, people will get mad at you. Yeah, exactly. Bro,
I was going to say, man, you've got to set the contrast, man, because Esau going to be destroyed, man. You other nations will receive mercy, but you're not ending up like him. Yeah, we're going to be exalted. Israel's going to be exalted. Yeah, that's true. And Esau going to be absolutely decimated, right? But you other nations get to survive. You get to live and serve. That's better than being Esau. He's going to serve and then he's going to be foot.
Yeah.
And the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is. If any man's work abide, I mean, it remains, it survived the fire, right? Which he have built thereon, he shall receive a reward.
Well, a lot, like, the roads going into a lot of the RFID ship, a lot of groups teaching against that. Like when the RFID comes out and the push it as legal, like that's the standard that you gotta use just to do shit. What's gonna happen? Israelite groups are gonna be panicking. That's what's gonna happen. And then there's gonna be loads of Israelites panicking. Some of them are gonna like say, you know what, some of the Lord will take some of them, but a lot of them are just gonna get fucked up. But you do have members of the elect in other groups. Because there's so much Israelites that are watching that, you know what I mean? So we know that there's like there's I don't want to put a number on it, you know what I mean? Thousands, maybe there's a lot of Israelites out there. But a lot of these groups, a lot of people in the groups they're gonna panic when they thought, you know what that teaching them told me about the digital system, different conspiracy theories, it ain't about that. It's telling you the fucking truth, man. And if you can't see that and it doesn't, if you can't see what the fuck's going on, you know they've got a fucking bill. They've got a bill right now. They've got a couple of bills, man. But they've got a digital. It's like options like the CBDC. So they've got a bill for that. That there's actually a bill for digital currency. It's there already. So what's going to happen then? You know what I mean? Like making this up. Like you watch Alex Jones and it gets like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on. Yeah, you got some. Oh, yeah. So
Congress.gov says HR 2211 Central Bank Digital Currency Study Act 2021.
That's what Congress. So that's the America. It's also about the UK, but it's in America as well. Look at that. So people are scoffing. And then you might do a video over in the UK and all that about it, but it's over there as well. And they might be at your video going and all that. But look at
That's on the government. That's the
.gov. .gov. That's fucking gov. Sorry, man. I gotta come out like that. Fucking gov, man. Go on up, man.
There's a website, I think it's called CBDC Tracker. And basically, it shows that basic countries representing 95% of the world's global GDP are all working in CBDCs. So that's basically pulls the ball.
That's right. That's what's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. So this is prophecy. That's different. That's prophecy. Whether people like it or not, everything is going digital, not practice. You know.
This is on Revelation chapter 22, verse 18. For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, the Most High shall add unto him the plagues that are written in this book. If any man shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy, the Most High shall take away its part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things that are written.
So they're taking away. They're saying, oh, that's not prophecy. That's what they're saying. They're telling you the mark of the beast, the digital system is not prophecy. That's exactly what they're saying. Why? Because we can break down Genesis. We can break down Genesis right now. We can do that. We do that sometimes. You know what I mean? We can go to different. But you know what it is? That's how you know these people are demons, man. When someone give me the testimony of Yahweh Shai, the spirit of prophecy, we can go into Genesis, break down all that. They're unsatisfied with all the, you know what I mean? They still want to, I don't know, man. It's like the Rastas or something. You know, they want to wear, you know what I'm saying? They don't really want to be, the spirit's not flowing with them, and they don't want to be a current. They don't try to be,
breakdown.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they're missing all that. You know what I mean? Go, so,
Revelation 19:10, and I fell at his feet to worship him. And he said unto me, see thou do it not. I am thy fellow servant, and of thy brethren that have the testimony of Yahweh Shai. Worship Yahweh, for the testimony of Yahweh Shai is the spirit of prophecy.
I'm going to say this. Really, because a lot of them are probably scared. You
You know, people thought it was far-fetched. You know what I mean? It was all that type of shit, really. But now a lot of people can see it. So slowly, and people took deals. Slowly, people are going to try and creep it in there as if they never thought that it wasn't. Some people are going to do that. Some people say, yeah, I said it was the man. You know what I mean? Come on, man. It's figurative, listen. You know what I mean? That's what they said. It's like, they know it's literal. How do we know it's literal? Because that is what Esau is doing. He's actually doing that as we speak. He's got biochips. He's talking about making money digital, that you don't have to use cash. He's actually doing that in real time. So for you to deny what's happening in real time, come on, you gotta be a demon. Facts, bro. How are you not a demon? How can you deny what's happening in real time? To the spirit, I didn't really the marks coming out, man. He was talking about sacrificing for the truth. Now the Lord wants that information out there. And where we at with London right now, all the brothers, financial capital of the world, really. This, the banks, Rothschilds don't live. They live in West. They live just outside of West London. They don't live far from London, right there. There's been so they've travelled in. Like if you check out where Wallace Manor is, it's just outside of West London. It's not far. So, and he's always walking around West London at Jacob Rothschilds. People catch him and all that, just walking around. Do you know what I mean? Catch him coming out of buildings and all that. They got a bank, they got their own bank, obviously they own the banks, but then they got a Rothschilds bank. It's got an acronym, I can't remember what it is. Rothschilds & Co. So what's the acronym? So it's like, RFC, that's the one.
To show the Bible talks about conspiracy theorists, not Alex Jones. Psalm 64:2. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows with evil bitter words. And the bitter words meaning that policy. Because by policy, that's redlining is an example when you deal with Jake over in America. Those are the different things put together to say, okay, we're going to keep these niggas out of the way by doing these things. And it's various different things. The war on drugs, all these type of things. That's that bitter words. Right? Verse 4.
Esau was policies, like you said, where we do some dodgy snake on that tactics or whatever we do. A lot of the stuff is policies. It's legislation. The guillotines are going to be legislation. Martial law is legislation. People think, oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's part. The Apostle Peter going into the army. They got army overriding acts of guillotines, right? And the people that they got there. Yeah. Right. Right. So he said that's what he said. He would enact what's there in that constitution or whatever. Or whatever it's in the constitution or not.
So the Prophet spoke about foresight before. So before people say, oh, how are you going to be beheaded? That's not in the legislation. No scientists are going to have the foresight. No, they bring it back.
Say these things that they pass years before, and you won't hear about them again, and you forget about them, you know. And then when it's time to put them into play, it's already there waiting for them to go. You know, you people like, what's going on? They used to be passed.
You know what's funny, bro? A lot of the people that mentioned it is whistleblowers. Because the average people, they're not fucking serious. Those are weird whistleblowers. The Edomite on the internet. The Edomite man or woman, you know what I mean? She's got long grey hair. She lives in the fucking midst of nowhere. She's going into all this info. Like, fuck, you know all that? A lot of them are whistleblowers. That's some of them are insiders, man. Right. You know?
They sell to be the opposing side.
Yeah.
You know,
control that position. All that. So, okay, let's research.
I've got a bit more. It says, verse 5, Psalm 64:5. They encourage themselves in the equal matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They
Who shall see them? Nobody. You know, when you get to that spooky stuff, the Illuminati, it's so spooky, basically. I mean, that's the hidden hand. So what you see in the society at the forefront, you know, they hide themselves, man. You know, people just walking down the street, but they hide behind corporations, legislations, all that. But you know, the people that we're dealing with, they're straight out witches, warlocks, you know. You want to, that gets spooky. You know what I'm saying? You know, go ahead.
Verse 6, they search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search. Both the inward thought of every one of them.
Yeah, because like the build things on ley lines, we're getting to spooky shit. The build stuff on ley lines, man. You know, like now we remember like the Thames River. Actually, there's ley lines up there, and they've got like the Egyptian obelisk. You've got the Egyptian statue. There's the Sphinx. You got the London Eye, man. It's beautiful. Cleopatra's Needle, all that. And now Cleopatra's Needle is in where? Free or clean France. Sure it is, right? But one's in New York. I think it's New York, and one's in New York. But New York's really like a capital of America. So you've got the Russian one. Was that DC? So it is. So it is. So it's in the free. Washington.
Oh, and they got one in Italy as well. Yeah, Vatican City.
With the sun symbol all around the one in the Vatican. So you got the free. So you got London, Washington DC, and the Vatican. Yeah. So they've got them in the free and clean branch, man. So that's channeling witchcraft. That's that. So come on, man. And how did this information come out through the spirit? The Lord can't get the spirit. Nothing you can do. You can't bury. You can't hide the spirit of the Lord. Like, there's many scriptures like Psalms and stuff and all that. You know, stuff like that, man. Anyway, what we got this area?
Well, I'll read verse 7 and 8. But the Most High shall shoot at them with an arrow. Suddenly shall they be wounded. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away.
So the fact that they've exposed themselves helps us. It's true. Their power is in secrecy, man. Like Wizard of Oz and all that. They didn't know it would be, you know what I mean? They get dangled on strings. You know, but we got help by the Most High from the prophecies, Ezekiel 37. So it's really the Spirit of the Lord that helped us.
And that's how guys like Alex Jones come into it.
Yeah.
He's
well, you know, there's people, boys, motherfucking ass.
Yeah.
Believe
Ezra Pound.
John Todd and all that. Yeah. Georgia Maxwell, all that. You know what I mean? And some other ones.
Most High, that's
he's a dude, really.
Yeah. There's another guy too. His last name is Mullinups or something like that. Yeah, he's more good into the timeline of history.
No, you might a lot of these cats, bro. I can't remember all these cats. I can't remember all these cats. Yeah, there's a lot of these cats. There's someone called certain nuts. Marley.
This is Isaiah 19. Isaiah 19 and 3. And the spirit of Egypt. It says, and the spirit of Egypt shall fall in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof. They shall seek to their idols, and to the charmers, and to them that have familiar spirits, and to the wizards.
So when he saw shit's getting fucked up, what is he praying to the Most High? No, he's praying to Apollo, Hermes, Bappo, Met. That's what he's doing. That's what he's fucking doing that, man. But you won't see that. You're not going to see that. That's why there's a secret council of the witches. And it's come out that these
copies and all sorts of shit through the leaks. The leaks, what was that? No. Just read this out of the top shop all the bundles out. That's the leaks. They spoke to the leaks, man. That was like the leaks of the song and shit like that. That's
Someone already know that you had a dream. Remember you said like you had a dream. He did a video about what Charles thinks basically was panicking. Fans were losing basically. It was the match. They saw inside the match outside. They saw the sacrifice. They were just losing their mind. They were trying to get ready for this new world order. That's the time they were coming into it and start getting into panic mode and start just doing stuff with outrageous things.
Now with that enchantment stuff.
Yeah. It's rough, but it's not honest. He said,
Precepts.
Revelation 12:12. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devils come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that you have but a short time.
That's right. That's why the Muslims go for all these legislations. They're not, well, the Queen's dead, bro. That's a big thing. That's ain't no small thing. Because the Queen was a symbol of the British rule, the British Empire. All these dates that were man you used to have Benjamites, man, saying, "Want the Queen?" in their reggae, the Hugh Mundell, all of them. Hugh Mundell, that was one hell of a rustic music. Benjamin and all that. Hugh Mundell, and there was some other dudes. We wanted the Queen and all that, man. There's videos of random Benjamites in the hills saying that. So the Queen was a symbol of major colonialism. You know? She was a face of major colonialism.
Yeah. And then you have Evelyn Rothschild as well, passed on.
He's got no one talks about that. Yeah. So that's a mystery. That I don't, you know what I mean? You don't know what to think or say about that. They didn't make a big thing about it. So they must be pissed off. They just even think. Yeah, exactly.
What do you do, brother?
That was real personal for the Queen. She's like, she had Benjamites real. You know, and that's the Queen of Heaven. If it was a male, they probably wouldn't have came over and did all that shit. But he's the Queen. That's why all these Benjamites going to build a Britain and all that. Female, she was young. If you watch the videos, she was young and all that. Playful, she was looking all nice. She was younger and all that. She had a different kind of look. So, you know, Benjamin, oh, she's so pretty. You know, we're going to do
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So a lot of them come over and you know that. And then they were getting, when they came over, what was it? No blacks, no blacks, no Irish, stuff like that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shit. So they came over, they come to understand, you know, the British Edomite is embracing us.
Yeah. When I was growing up, if I could say, when I was growing up, I remember getting chased by there was called the National Front. I was all up in East London, Hackney, all that around that area. My parents' generation, talking about the Windrush, that was my parents, like come over it to build up Babylon, right, or the mother of Babylon. And when we was growing up, we had to be really like vigilant, because if you got chased, and we got chased a couple times, me and my brothers and friends, when we was young, got chased. Huh? Yeah, cool. I'm going up there, man. I'm going. It's like when my parents came over, that was the time the wind rush. Now they're talking about the wind going back. So we had to fight, man. And then a couple of times we had to fight, literally fight, get physical with the ease them, you know, the National Front. And a couple of times we beat them up too. Some of the Benjamites, some of the Benjamites, we was in a rave. But just the quick testimony, we was in a rave, right? Some sound clash thing, right? And we was looking at me and my brother was looking out the window. I was young, right? Under 15, right? Very young. Looking out the window, seeing a whole heap of National Front outside with batons, yeah, baseball bats, and bin lids, waiting for us for the rave to done. But we knew we had some like real them days. There's some bad man like Benjamite bad man had a reputation. They I said the name, but the brothers, the so-and-so brothers. So anyway, we carried on raving. We thought it was going to be all right. And when the rave done now, music cut off. The two Benjamite brothers just rushed them. Right, everybody just rushed them. Right, we came out. They had batons, you know. They had shields and everything, batons, baseball bats. We just rushed them and they shift. And me and my brother ended up having to get crawl all the way under cars to get home. But we got home. But that was the spirit of the Most High protecting us even through a lot of them things that was going through, you know.
They were back
yeah.
They would fuck you up, you know what I mean? The police would fuck your ass up.
Yeah, sus. They was called it sus when just it didn't like the look of you. They had that excuse called sus because maybe he's a suspect or something. So we could just frisk him and search him, and we had to go through a lot of that too. That's all.
Isaiah 47:10. But thou hast trusted in thy wickedness, thou hast said, none seeth. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge have perverted thee, and thou hast said in thine heart, I am, and none else beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee, thou shalt not know from whence it riseth. And mischief shall fall upon thee, and thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. Stand now with thine enchantments, and
also that evil man is kingdom. These places, people are getting fucked up, and they're gonna get fucked up, man. Like bad things are gonna happen to the civilians of these countries. You know, read that part again. Evil shall come upon thee, and you shall not even know where it came from. The civilians are gonna be getting fucked up. God, fuck you know. The fact and all that shit. That's just all these fucking faggots, man. Yeah, man. Fucking faggots, bro. You know what? When they get jacked up,
Isaiah 47:11. Therefore shall evil come upon thee, thou shalt not know from whence it riseth. And mischief shall fall upon thee, and thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. Stand now with thine enchantments and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. If so be thou shalt be able to profit, if so be thou mayest prevail.
Everything they saw is masonry, what do you do? American lives and takes bread, takes things all over the Caribbean. That's what you have to pay for. That's what we do by Americans, we fucking bread. Why not? That's one of the reasons, you know? That's one of the reasons. This fucking bread. Certain places they can neutral kind of places. In London, you can see that. Russia said threatening London. Yeah. UK is threatening that. It's not exactly the place that goes up. Like, you know what, you're able to fuck you. You know what I mean? The UK and USA what they do, they send aid to their small hats. And all they do every time a prime minister gets in power, everyone lives trust.
he was in there for 5 minutes. One of the first things, she's in a big room talking about she's giving aid to Amalek supporting Amalek. She was just in there.
Yes, 6 weeks.
6 weeks. And she already given aid to Amalek. But for every for all the country, she couldn't just fuck all.
I know you probably heard the conversation of the country.
Verse 30. Thou art weary in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon you.
Yeah,
Behold,
so they're gonna try and consult witches, man. It's not gonna work out. You're gonna go by the stars aligning. The stars ain't gonna align for them. The only way the stars are aligning is for the instruction. That's what it's gonna align at.
Yeah, I got a precept.
You know what I'm saying? Alright,
This is
the only way that's gonna align. Them getting their asses torn up.
Yeah, this is Numbers 33, verse what is it? I'll start with verse 33. No, 35 to 33. Stop. So ye shall not pollute the land wherein ye are, for blood is defiled the land, and the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed therein, but by the blood of him that shed it.
There you go. So if you all that lynching and that shit, and everyone says, "Oh, get over it." No, you can't get over it. It doesn't work that way, man. And it wasn't that long ago. It wasn't long ago. That's in the flesh. In the flesh, you can talk that shit because in the flesh, you could have a child and he's like goes to be 20 and he's just bullshitting. He don't know anything that's going on around. You've made grown him up to like be a fucking degenerate. Like you're just taking drugs. He's just partying. You don't know anything about the world. Are you gonna take his fucking stance on political history or anything or the climate of the world? You're not. He's a fucking lunatic. So that's the same with the most animal. All this shit that's happening. You can't just say, "Oh no, yeah, I don't know." You can't fucking do that. And then it ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? You got Jakes that their granddad was in slavery, man. Well, their granddad was lynch. Their dad's dad. Straight out. There was motherfucking lynch in the motherfuckers in the 60s. There's information on that in the South. Oh, well, that was just the South, bro. Okay, the crimes that we saw, there's things that he's done that we don't even know. How about that? It's called the secret council of the wicked. Are you there with every ritual that they do? You don't even know what they're doing. They could kidnap a child and have like some, they could drag celebrities there and have a Jake baby there, torture it, kill it, and have everybody watch it. So how do you know they're not doing that? If you believe in the truth and you believe they're the wicked, you gotta know that that's what they're on. If you watch any fucking video and believe in that, that shouldn't be far-fetched to your ass. Now if it is, then you're a fucking demon yourself and you're a liar, man. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. Well, there's scriptures in the wickedness of reach the heavens or something like that. Sins, that's how, you know what I'm saying?
That's exposed now.
Yeah.
Because like I remember Pizza did when that came out, everyone was saying like, "Oh, this was made up as a conspiracy." Then like how many years later, it's coming out of Hollywood? Oh, everyone's getting pimped out. Different things going on behind the scenes. And now no one, all of a sudden, everyone just say, "Okay, Pizza gave the truth." They just shut up about it. It's like multiple times when the BBC came out, the foster care system came out in the background. Bro, there's cases like every other day about, oh yeah, those boys get popped, those this, that happening. We sent them to the countryside. So there's all these rings. What's the big one? 2-7.
So,
yeah, over there. There's all these rings.
2-7. Yes.
Ninth circle.
Yeah.
I was watching the documentary on Prince Andrew and all that. Yeah. And because he had high profile people. And she's not, I don't believe she's in jail. I was only going to say that, because I watched it,
And she was like, it was because they asked her, it was a family asked her, oh, they got that mural in jail. It was like a nice painting. And she was like, oh, yeah. And you know, I said, nah, man, they're not good. I don't believe that. She was fucked up. She wasn't fucked up. What, if you watch the jail footage, she's there like with her family, the documentary, and they're trying to get her out. And she's going, yes. The crowd and that, I was like, come on, man, she went in jail. She was a mural behind her, and she didn't come on, man. Come on, man. Stunt. That's just the way I look at it anyway.
Name 3 and 4 from the couple verses. Because of the multitude of the whoredom, because of the multitude of whoredoms of the well-favored harlot, the mistress of witchcraft, that selleth nations through her whoredoms, and families through her witchcraft. Behold, I am against thee, saith the Lord Yahweh of hosts. Yes, basically, Esau Edom, there's a doctrine that is outlined to the masses of people, the image of the beast. Everyone subscribes to it. They think they're just innocently following the democracy, women's rights, all this type of stuff, but it's witchcraft, right?
Abortion. And you know what's crazy? Ireland only legalized abortion like 4 years ago. 2019. Scotland, it was only illegal to about 3-4 years, about 2 years ago. So it just shows you like, keep surprised. Yeah, the wine. If someone wants to say, make up a theory, the first thing they have to do is try and discredit the Bible. Why do you have to do that? They don't try and discredit the Quran. They're always trying to discredit the Bible. That proves that the Bible is and they'll say, well, what if there's no child in you? The Lord created the heaven and the earth. And he's going to come back. He's going to come back with the angels to destroy the place, man. That's exactly what's going to happen, man. Yeah, read that.
This is Zephaniah chapter 1, verse 14. It says, the great day of the Lord, Yahweh Hashem Yahweh is near. It is near and hasteneth greatly. Even the voice of the day of the Lord, the mighty men shall cry there bitterly. That day is a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of wasteness.
It's going to be fucked up, man. He's going to be distressed. Look at his words. You get the time. It's going to be fucked up. That's why we're sounding this alarm. So there's no point for you to be. We're in the end. Trust me. Things are going to get bad for the fucking general folk. Why? How do you know that? Because the scripture says that in Revelation 3, I think it is that it's judgment shall come upon the whole world. Someone give me that, man. Yeah, that. Get that.
Revelation chapter 3 and 10. Because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I also will keep thee from the hour of temptation, which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell upon earth.
So the Lord says that there's a reward for the wicked and there's a reward for the righteous. So the fact that we're sacrificing our lives and our time and our minds and for the Lord, there's a reward for that. Okay? Back, someone typed in
It says, behold, I come quickly. Hold that fast which thou hast, that no man take thy crown.
Stay on the map, because there's a reward for the righteous, right? So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what, fuck all these people in the matrix, I'm going to put it like that, it's consumer society, Zombieland, whatever you want to call it. Don't worry about these people, man. They're going to get this, they're going to be missing.
A lot of them are going to be getting judged. But, coming into the truth is your protection. There's a charge that actually tells you that it's like, the winds of gold and silver. I see a prophet paraphrasing like quick one. He's on the point.
So Psalms 34 and 21, it says, evil shall slay the wicked, and they that hate the righteous shall be desolate. The wickedness of the wicked shall turn to his destruction, for that is his enterprise, and shall therefore be his reward.
That's it. His reward is destruction. This is another kingdom that's just going to be tough by the Most High. Look at the stats. We can break down Daniel 2, Daniel 7, and when you go into those spiritual breakdowns, man, it goes into different rulerships and their sorcery rulerships that were brought down by the Most High. Now we're living in this last leg right now. We're here right now. This is where we're at, bro. This ain't life. This is a wicked rulership of the heathen. That is just and this is the worst. Because if you remember, you had the head of gold, it became silver. Now it's like iron's a strong material, so you might see like strip. It's not as broad. It's like the head of Babylon was the head of gold. It's still the ancient world. You had the hanging, beautiful. The hanging gardens of Babylon. Come on, man, that was that. But hey, we're in this world. Every river looks polluted. Every street looks dingy. You go to Italy, it really looks dingy. Graffiti, everything's scrap, man. It's trash. Fucking trash. Concrete everywhere. There's no nature. It's a mess, man.
Just to go for the back of what he was making, each kingdom after the Babylonians got more sophisticated in battle, more sophisticated in war. Yeah. So you have particular tactics that the Assyrians employed, then the Media Persians took that, and then Esau came and took that. So each strength was like unto the higher, strong. But your house was going to come and take them down without the need of the F-25 jets.
We got missiles now. There's a scripture that you shall make war with the beast.
Yeah, like another beast, you shall make war with the beast.
You got power.
You make a fire to come down from the skies. Yep. So, but that's why the scripture says that outside it's not the beast yet, man. See, fire is important. Fire is scary if you're a man. Right. The icy meal is scary if you're flesh. But our Savior's not coming in the flesh.
He's coming with that.
The celestial form.
Yeah, that's right, man. I don't want to really want to compare it to them. It's like a physical, like Thanos and all that, but it's gonna be way better. It's glorious. It's gonna, because we need to, that's why we need to be delivered. Man. You can't save yourself from family. You can't. So when the missiles start flying and all this stuff, the Lord and the angels, the celestial beings, can start doing that spiritual stuff. That's what we learn for. That's what we hope for.
The strangeness of our salvation.
100%. Listen. Okay, go ahead. Go back to
Ezekiel 28 and 9. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am God? But thou shalt be a man, and no God, in the hand of him that slayeth thee.
Read it again.
Ezekiel 28 and 9. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I am God? But thou shalt be a man, and no God, in the hand of him that slayeth thee.
Yes, they're going to get taken out. Also, judging. That's what that's talking about, right? They're in the hands of the Most High. It's men, right? Yeah, so the Lord's going to take their ass out. It's funny because in Thessalonians, like it says that he sits in the temple of the Most High, saying he's God. Yeah. So he's got satellites. He's got Star Wars program. All that sort of stuff. The satellites. You can log in on YouTube and watch satellite videos and then just over cities and just watch the cities. I was going to do a video on it. Never had to do it, but Lord willing, I will. So Esau's in the air, with the satellite, and that's how he's trying to control shit. Go back to the mark, his technology, his power that he's been given,
Because the Most High is all seeing. So Esau wants to see everything.
Right.
The Most High is all knowing. So Esau wants to do what's known as predictive programming. But that's true too.
Yeah, that's part of
pre-crime. Sorry, that's what I was trying to say. Esau's trying to do the pre-crime. He's trying to judge you before you commit the crime. So he's trying to be like the Most High.
Yeah. If you don't smell right, then it ain't right. That's why they do these searches on these tapes. Like profiling.
Yeah.
They talk about racial profiling. That's just them looking at. You look like a criminal because if you dress like that, what? You know what I'm saying? When somebody, and I gotta be real. Fuck it, if you dress like that, nigga, don't be surprised that you're actually getting searched. I wanna be fucking real with it, man.
Man, shall we go guys?
If you dress, if you got the drip, the drab, don't be surprised that Esau's gonna come to you. You got the pouch, you got the Nike pouch, and then you know what I'm saying, and you go, well, what's in that? Don't be surprised.
Like, you just my curiosity. It's in the pouch, mate. The guns are in there.
The gun,
Mary Jane. Gonna have a little fun tonight, lads.
Yeah, that's that old school Mary Jane. Real old school. That's say it like that.
It is 2 Thessalonians chapter 2 verse 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, but that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called the Most High, or that is worshipped, so that he, as the Most High, sitteth in the temple of the Most High, showing himself that he is the Most High.
100%. That's it. So, he opposes all that is called the Most High. So he don't believe in God, man. He knows the Most High exists, but every single law and facet of the society is against the laws of the Most High. It's the laws of God within these court systems and these parliaments. None of this shit that's happening around us will be happening. There'll be no GMO foods. There'll be land that be farming going on. There'll be land sabbaths. There'll be death penalties. Like for complete demons. The jail system is not about it. A lot of people that are in jail need to be put to death straight out. There's a lot of people in jail posted and stuff like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about demons. You got like mass murderers and all that. They'll give them all, you get life in jail for that. So you can make free labor, make this sort of money. If you're in jail, I don't know what this jail thing keeps going on. But if you're in jail, you do some work in jail, man. Like you work for a whole day. It's like you probably get £1, 20 pence for a day. That's Esau. That's what he's set up for. That slave labor. It's a slave camps. That's what the jail system is. Not about judgment. Holding cells. You had holding cells in the scriptures. You hold someone until they get a judgment. Not no, you're gonna be staying in a holding cell for the rest of your life. Triple life. That doesn't make us.
200 years life prison life sentence.
Now, if he says, oh, slave, all right, fine, but that's not going by the law, though. You know what I mean? There's certain penalties for certain laws. You know what I mean? So Esau's not going by the laws, man. If you rob somebody,
there's a law on that, how that's got to be dealt with. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay back and double and all that.
Just a point.
Yeah.
Like the system they runs through the judicial system, which goes back to what Judah. Then lawyers go back to Levi.
That's lawyer.
So everything is
lawyer.
legal. Yeah. Joined on to me.
Clearly where they got it from.
Yeah. You say this.
And a lawyer, what does a lawyer do? You got a lawyer. He stands before you, before the judge, right? Or is it for your sins? Or if the sin against you, or the lawyer, he would have an animal or whatever sin with him to justify that, okay, well, you've done this sin. Okay, I'm going to stand forth and say, well, this is the sin you've done. So, you're, okay, through this animal sacrifice, that sin. That's what lawyers do when you go before the judge. Well, look, this is why you shouldn't be arrested, or this is why this. That's what the lawyers do. Which the judge and the lawyers are the same thing anyway. Priests. Okay, go ahead.
Habakkuk chapter 1 and 4. Therefore, the Lord is slack and judgment doth never go forth.
They go back to what I'm saying about pizza gates and Giuseppe, whatever his name is, and all that, delayed and all that. Come on, man. All that. It's about, yeah. And you know what? You know what's funny? They out there when they're ready to do away with it. Like they out in this Jimmy Savile when he's dead. Sure, they out there when he's dead. You know? And then if you watch the documentary, there's a deep one. If anyone does that spooky, it's called The Ninth Circle. But guess what happened? What he found out was he said he kept saying in the documentary that he's sending boys to the group. He was like an organizer. He's from Leicester. He's not even on that level. He's not on that level. There's people. He was sending boys to the group. But no way, shape, or form in the whole documentary did it drop a name or location of the group. All they kept saying is somewhere in the group. He's sending these group of boys to this collectively sent to the group. There was no investigation on that.
They always talk about child trafficking for Europe, back and forth. You never know where these talking are going.
Right.
And it's like big business, big organized crime. But nobody ever speaks about where they're going. Nobody follows these trucks. No.
That's a good point.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
watch that crime.
take a fucking picture of me speeding. Just trying to take a picture of these trucks. Trucks.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Suspicious spots with tinted windows with kids crying on it. You can't keep track on that one.
Oh, that's the witness weird.
It was the TTs for 24. You just sit, go on to the computer, the satellite, and check everywhere you go. So we could do that, but this man with everything he's got, can't locate
They've got the ones where they've got the cities and you could be just watching the town centre.
I checked out
YouTube has got town centre. You watch Holland, wherever, Amsterdam.
He's so good with these boys. They will be shown to the weapons. Yeah, not done. He's got the capability to do it, but was he decide to do instead? For him want to play what? So he can basically pop himself up and have everyone else just completely unaware. Sleep.
That's right. That's right. Let's carry on.
It's Isaiah 14, verse 12. How have I fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of a morning? How have thou come down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?
And you know the worst part about that is that I won't say the word, the best part about it is that Lucifer, that was talking about the Babylonians, man. So he's talking about people, but he's talking about now. You know what I mean?
Lucifer or Lucifer. Yeah, but that's a whole other topic in itself. To be fair. Let's carry on with that. That's a whole other topic.
Verse 13. For I said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of a congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell. To the
That's talking about the way the man thinks is God, and the people, the nations think is God too. That's why if you worship his system, you really worship Esau or Edom. Yeah. And then the next stage is taking his mark. Because you really gonna believe in him that much. You know what, I'll just take whatever he says, man. You really worship him. Politics, voting, you know. You might say, yeah, you know what, man, yeah, you know. And look, man, let's be honest. The British politics has been a complete shambles recently. It's been a shambles, man. It's been completely ridiculous, man. Anybody's brought muscle across the world, you can't. It's been all British and American. Yeah, it's been British and American politics. It's been fucking shambles, bro. Okay, so you had Theresa May first. She disappeared out. So Bojo, then what? Then he had to fucking step before something happened with him.
They had the lockdowns and the party, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So when it was lockdown, and then even some of them labour soldiers, a lot of those Labour conservative Labours, you know, you like you people in the north, you know, you northerners and that, they love Labour, but the Labourers sold you out because there was one Labour where Boris, but she was at the party, and that come out after. Yeah, but no, yeah, but you was there. We're cursing him out in the thing. You was there. Yeah, the Corys. Yeah. Well, they were saying it was like a vomitorium. They were saying the MPs were vomiting up the fucking walls and that, the toilets. That's what was going on. Yeah, that happened. That's what happened. It come out. And that's what they were fucking doing, man. Nobody knew a fucking. What were you to say? They were fucking.
That's crazy. You know, I've got on the PC. You know, these men are climbing up.
Because they're saying even in Scotland, you might be getting another package to the place.
Scotland's got a different. Scotland though. Scotland's different. You know, I'm going to mention Scotland because Nicola Sturgeon's been in there since 2016. So it's a bit different to England. It's been there for a long time. And then the SNP and to be honest, they don't really have their anyone in place here. Now the whole reason why they got an air, you know why they got Nicola Sturgeon? It's because of the tranny thing. But I was watching it, so she had other people saying to her, why did you put the tranny in the jail with the person? But what you gotta understand is most of these MPs have to go by a script. They have to, if LGBT comes up, they have to abide by that. In any government. She was getting pressured because she fucked up. She said, fuck it. She said she fucked up. She fucked up. Yeah, but they were going like she was the first person. We've had that happen in England. You've got transvestites in different jails in England. But no one, but that never got press. So she got her ass set up.
This time they just put on it.
Yeah, they put it on there. She got set up.
Yeah, like I said, there's no one there.
Because even all of the SNP people, they know like she's the person. She's the one to be in there. But you know, Scotland's different to England because Scotland, like Scotland, it's not. Yeah, but that, you know, a lot of the people that were cursing out Nicola Sturgeon that when I was watching all the politics, people in England, and I said to myself, there's people in Scotland curse her out, of course, but they're really mad at the independence thing. Really, that's really what it was all about. So they've been trying to get, but that's what it was about. Because they were saying, oh, well, you ain't got your NHS set up and all that. We got Scotland, no one gives a fuck. Listen, in Scotland, right? Like, I don't even want to say it on camera.
We're already packing our bags, brother.
I'm not going to say it. I give something.
I know what I'm giving away. I know what I'm taking with me.
There's a lot more for struggling families and that. And for school, they give us shit. There's a lot more like way more
social care.
Social care. There's a lot more. So then they'll go, oh well, you had rats. Didn't you see that? It was there where you had rats up there. That's what I've seen more rats people in London. Understand?
What are you gonna do? Just stand on the underground. Just stand on the underground.
That was rats.
How you gonna say that to me now? I'm standing up there before.
You know what's special about it? Russia and Scotland were two places that Rome never got conquered. So I'm not surprised that they're getting all that stick.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, yeah, man. Yeah, exactly.
How they kind of got them to an extent.
But they ain't got Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
The Northern Ireland is still fighting over that shit. Oh no, and then Southern Ireland is not part of it.
Yeah, they never.
So they're only just trying to exactly.
They only got that little spot. And they really felt like I think they left them as well to kind of get the old made.
This is Mark chapter 3 and verse 23. And he called unto them, and he said unto them in parables, how can Satan cast out Satan? And if a kingdom...
I'll tell you, if you one thing that is just because there's loads of things, one thing. You know, if you got a problem, when I got a problem with Scotland, right? If your washing machine breaks down, your house fixes it. Your house will give you, depending on it's the same, one house in the whole of the whole thing. They got no house in the town. The town is like, you know, like the house don't fix it. That's where I'm at. No, but check this. Depending on, like, they'll give you, you're allowed, like, they'll give you, like, about £100 for your gas and electricity, £200. Then you get it, it's like every month. Or every other month, like, you'll have to have these things, just say, I no problem, yeah, before the phones, like, send me the money. What the fuck's this shit, man? No motherfuckers don't know what. You know what I mean? So they're not caring about how nice the school. See, here the schools might look nicer, and this might look nicer, but people are fucked. Yeah. That's the difference. The people ain't getting nothing. I've been watching documentaries. We've lived here, but people are living in fucking box rooms. People, you can't even have your own flat. Oh yeah, another thing, one more thing. I'm not gonna give you all. Let me go somewhere else. You know, in Scotland, one man's allowed 2-bedroom flats. You know, in Scotland, one man's allowed 2-bedroom flats.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, man? One man, just anybody. They say, you know, they say, you know, kids or
yeah.
You know, to give you like, you're not all that stupid. It's like anything can happen. You just say, that's it. I ain't trying to, There's some scriptures, man. I wasn't even trying, I don't even know what I said or that.
Oh, yeah. London, just like we were saying, Britain, with the politicians are sitting there now, and the US, they're going downhill. They're going downhill. We're taking ground for her, but she may not be ill. They're right down to the political system. And like, we're mentioning social care, but social care is a representative of how functional the political system works. If you've got a fully functioning political system, like the scripture says, then even the poorest person really doesn't have to work. He has stuff in the scriptures. If somebody didn't want to do something, clean the grate, whatever, right? So when you look at London, London is a representation of the people that's in the bottom in London. You're really seeing at first hand that this place is done. Pension age fucking increases on scripture about pension age, poor,
Precept. Yeah, this is Psalms 85 and 10 says, mercy and truth are met together, righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven.
That's why we're able to condemn Esau. His policies, because the Lord's bringing out the truth. How life should be lived is basically the truth, righteousness, all that. And we're the ones to do it. It starts with us, the 12 tribes. It starts with no Edomites, no Moabites, or none of that. No, it starts with Jacob, the people that hate him. But the Lord said that. He says, though thou was linus amongst the flock.
Psalm 68.
Yeah, read it, man.
This is Psalm 68 and 13.
Yep.
Though you have lion among the pots, yet shall ye be as the wing of a dove covered with silver, and her feathers with yellow gold.
It was a state. Took the shit. But all who was in that state, we're going to glorify the book. Everybody, and literally being up into UFOs. Do you know how much glory there is in that? The earth's gone to shit. You got these golden chariots over the planet. Because it says the wings with silver. The chariots are literally going to have gold, silver, gold, whatever. You know, all that good stuff. Alright, let's get another precept.
About a precept.
Yeah.
This is Revelation chapter 11, verse 12. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and the enemies beheld them.
So as we got beamed up into the ship, everyone's going to be watching us shocked, popped up, confused,
The strangeness of our salvation. I got that.
I gotta read this, man. This is Jeremiah 16 and verse 14. I saw verse 14 says, therefore behold, the days come, saith the Lord, and it shall no more be said, the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But the Lord liveth that brought up the children of Israel from the land of the north, of all of the lands whither he had driven them, and I will bring them again into their land, and that I gave unto their father. If you don't mind, I'm about to make a point, right? Because you mentioned that our salvation is going to be like very glorious and miraculous at the same time, right? And basically, with that being said, we're gonna, like you said, we're gonna go out this style. It's gonna be like on a whole different level the way we're gonna go out. Because everyone knew when we went into captivity and slavery. Everyone's gonna know, okay, these are the saints, the so-called blacks, the Latinos, Native Americans, the unconsiderable ones. Look who they're gonna become now.
Right.
You know?
You're right about that. The deliverance is going to trump. It's going to be better than the deliverance in Egypt.
Yeah.
That's the Jeremiah. So how glorious the Egypt deliverance was. It's going to be way better than that.
Jeremiah 16 and 14. Therefore, behold, the days come, saith the Lord Yahweh, that I shall no more be said, the Lord Yahweh liveth, that brought up the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. But the Lord Yahweh liveth, that brought up the children of Israel from the lands of the north, and from all the lands whither ye had driven them. And I will bring them again into their land, that I gave unto their fathers.
Yeah, so the land of the north represents America. So the deliverance of Egypt so bad You got movies made after it. You went into the wilderness, you had to. Now you had Israelites getting killed in the wilderness because the Lord took every Israelite out of it. This time around, he ain't doing that. This time around, you know what I'm saying? The spiritual, we got the Passover, we got, but then he took every Israelite out, man. This time, and so you had to start killing their asses. This time around, you're gonna get left down here. You know what I'm saying? You ain't right. Your ass is getting left. So we don't want to get left, man. Fuck that. Get leaved up, bro. Facts.
This is First Thessalonians 4:16.
Yep.
For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of the Most High. And the dead in Yahushua shall rise first.
Yeah, that's the ones that died and meant that in their faith. And they're gonna now, you know, I said that the way that means you're gonna rise, he's gonna come out of their graves. That's what I was talking about. And then get picked up, man. Because that's what it means. You know, they ain't gonna be in the ships already. They're gonna come. They're gonna be rised up first. Literally, Lord, put the spirit back in. They're gonna be right. However, they're gonna be raised up. However the Lord does it. That's mystical, man. Right. Yep. Came out the grave. The little came out the grave, man. That's what I was talking about. You know?
Then we which are alive and who remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds.
So the dead of the whole shine can rise first, man. King Marshall, etc. They put it in, they're gonna come out the grave. We'll do about water and stuff like that.
It says, to meet the Lord in the air, so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore comfort one another with these words.
That's what we do. Before the conversation, let's be unholding. That's how you comfort one another. Now look, bro, so we're gonna get beaten up. You know, this shit is fuck this shit. Basically, bro, this is how fuck this shit. You know, modern day terms, you know, whatever, however you say. You know,
Acts chapter 1, verse 9. And when he had spoken these things, while they beheld, he was taken up, and a cloud received him out of their sight. And while they looked steadfastly toward heaven as he went up, behold, two men stood by them in white apparel, which also said, Ye men of Galilee, why stand ye gazing up into heaven? This same Yahushua, which is taken up from you into heaven, shall come in like manner, as ye have seen
so they were
him
looking
go.
at the Lord like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? So he's got beamed up into the ships. But the angels were like, look, man, don't worry about that. You know what I mean? He's coming back like that, but he's gonna come glorious. Because he got beamed up into a ship after he died in his sin. Because he died on the cross and they sin him for the days. But he got beamed up after that, but he's gonna come back. He's gonna come back in that manner, man. That's what we're waiting for. You know, the return of the Lord. You know, it's all this bullshit Satanism, Hollywood. It's all about upside down crosses. Which the cross ain't simple as the Lord, but he just crucified it. So Satanism has to be against Yahushua. Does that not prove that Yahushua is? You know what I mean? That's all this bullshit they do. They're not doing it against the Quran. It's not like anti-Quran shit. It's all against the Lord. So come on, man, you gotta think about that. I think about it anyway. I think, wait here, man. Come on. Every satanic agenda is against the Bible. It's against the Bible. Why is that? Why are they attacking that? Why are they attacking the fucking Quran or something? Or Buddhist monks? Or Buddhism, Jainism, and all that? Because they're in league with Satan as well. That's pagan philosophies itself. You know. Let's go ahead.
Revelations,
Close that.
Revelations 15 and verse 2 says, and I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire, and them that had gotten the victory over the beast and over his image and over his mark.
Yeah, so we're going to be the ships looking down on Babylon, and that's mercy. Man. That's mercy, bro. That's mercy. To be like, but that proves that. That's what Rose was talking about, not getting caught into the world, better than the world, because we're better than that. And the future that we've actually got, we actually are. You know, our spirits are older than this system. We was created, we were the first fruits created by Yahweh Shai. So this is just fuck this shit. We're better than this shit. Facts. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we just said, talking about us entering into the kingdom.
Right.
That the brothers talking about standing in the sea of glass, that's us entering in. Because we didn't die. How Shai said about some men standing here and trying to taste of death. You know, so we overcame them through the blood of our Shai.
We speak to this generation. Now there's something among us. Ain't gonna, everything we saw is gonna do right now, they ain't gonna get touched. God's gonna preserve them. Right?
Now let's put balance in that. Are some going to die? Yes. Some brothers are going to die. So don't get it. Those brothers think, some brothers, the government's going to come, drag you up, you're going to get killed. But guess what? You're going to be raised up first. You know, so they, you know, that's what it is. Going to give you everything. That's in Revelation 20. Some brothers are going to get their heads chopped off. You know, they might have other execution methods. You know what I'm saying? In the UK, they might do it different. Who knows? But it's going to be, you know, in America, you know, they're pushing the guillotines. They might do it over here by firing squad. And they're going to have firing squad and guillotines. We know it's going to be guillotines. We know that. You know, but you know, don't trust Esau. He's a devil.
That's what the Prime Minister said. He said he wanted to legalize the death penalty. That's what he said.
I was supposed to mention that when there was about the guillotines.
Rishi on that as well.
Yeah.
Rishi shooting that some guillotines.
Was it Rishi or was it another person?
He was the deputy. So he shot the deputy.
Someone on the Rishi,
Yeah.
It was because I know someone else.
I got the guy's name.
I was gonna say the Rishi come out and say that. He's working. He's not come out, man. His fight is what his woman's billionaire and all that. You know, come on. Sucking international dick.
They're on WEF as well, isn't it? I know Rishi's on WEF. Maybe he was on WEF, isn't he? Yeah. And then that's a setup. That's a setup.
He's a straight.
For the CHIP. That's why you've seen how it works. That's definitely
Him and his wife, although they're so-called East Indians, more than like Africa, they obviously would have had that rituals from outside of the world. They say that's funny. We got sorry, that's funny, bro. My brother is saying Rishi Sunak probably an Edomite, you know, probably true. You know, he might be a fucking Edomite, man. He got something
This is First Peter, because this goes into what you brothers was talking about before, about the mercy. So this is First Peter 4 and verse 17. For the time is come that judgment must begin at the house of the Most High. And if it first begin at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of the Most High?
100%. So, judgment starts with Jake. That's why a lot of Jake can get killed. Jake gang members or non-gang members. Jakes are dying. With celebrities, actors. There's a lot of Jakes that are dying Coolio, whoever the fuck. Niggas are dropping dead. People are just dropping the fuck dead. Your icons. If you're like Spirit, my icon. Well, they're dropping dead, man. Now, the Lord said that judgment shall begin at the house of Israel first. So, these Jake neighborhoods are going to get nasty. America, come on, especially America, it's very violent. America get nasty. Places get nasty. Right? You've seen it already. I was watching something, and they were talking about, like, one of these dudes, they were talking about being a rapper is one of the worst things you want to be right now, because they're just dropping dead. Whatever means. Rapping used to be a cool thing. You're a rapper. And a lot of rappers were fake gangsters. So they were just rapping about gangsters. But guess what? Now they're getting killed, though. Even if they're fake gangsters or not. People are rolling up to them. They're catching them at East Out. Like, what the fuck's up with it? You know what I'm saying? But it's all all it is, because Instagram. That's what's really doing it. That would have happened to the other rappers. But it was different. Because they're into it, people are getting caught up with FaceTime, location dropping. This is really fucking faggot shit. That's what it really is. It's really Instagram and shit like that. Well, he's on Instagram Live. The other dude. But they were catching from someone dropping the location or the city, like you said, or all types of actors. There's all sorts of shit. Wise. So he's like PNB Rock, he got smoked. He thought that he could, but he didn't. A lot of rappers being killed. Got quite a few of them got killed. All over the place, man. You got something?
Yeah, if I may, this is going back to the deliverance, the chariots and stuff. This is Isaiah 31 verse 5. As birds flying, so will Yahweh of hosts defend Jerusalem, and defending also, he will deliver it, and passing over, he will preserve it.
And I got to go back to the Lord's taking out these rappers, they're taking them out. It's like a video game, man. They're like Anson or getting this stumped up. Do you know what I mean? Everyone's just gangstering, everyone's just getting killed. It's just a joke. It's a joke, man. There's no longevity or nothing like that, even though, but that's what's happening right now. There could be an actor, actors, but mainly the fact that actors, people are dropping dead. All types of people are dropping dead, like childhood stars, all that dropping dead. It's all frequent too. Right. So that's how we know we're time of the end, basically. Because people are ready, because the judgment shall start at the house of Israel first. That's why that's happening. These niggas not getting no careers in these niggas are not. It's because the Lord was taking their lives. That's why. You know what I'm saying? 6ix9ine ain't dead. Actually, I really shouldn't have mentioned his name. I really shouldn't have mentioned his name. Well, 50 Cent did. 50 Cent, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't really want to do this for. Well, 50 Cent had problems with certain gangs, Supreme. And he had armed trucks and all that to survive, man. And he was out there in sticks and shit. You know what I mean? That's how he survived. But the Lord is not even allowing any of that to be defense right now. The Lord's just clipping Jake's left, right, and center, man. It's curses. You're going to get clipped, man. You want to be this, you want to be that. Some random, random motherfuckers kill your ass. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, man.
This is 2 Chronicles chapter 15, verse 13.
Right.
That whosoever would not seek the Lord, Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, power of Israel, should be put to death.
Exactly. So what's that movie, The Purge? And it's got the Jake version. The Jakes who just you get killed. That's the time we're in. When no, I don't think it's the Purge. That was the Purge. That was it.
I think
The Jakes guy.
that's what it was about.
So right, no, the Jakes version. The other one. Go on, now, we finished that.
It says that whosoever would not seek the Lord, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, power of Israel, should be put to death, whether small or great, whether man or woman.
So the Lord doesn't matter if it's man or woman, you're going to get smoked. That's just going to get worse. You know, more civil society, more civil's going to go out the window when there's no food. You know, no food and all this. It's going to go right out the window. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be prepared for this stuff. But we were under the shadow of the Lord, man. We're doing the right thing. This is all we need to do. What do you need to do? What do I do? Come at Moses and teach. Believe. Have faith. That's what you got to do. That's what you got to do. There's going to be people saved. It was the malefactor that was saved. He found out about he believed in the Lord and Christ. Now he didn't even get to do any righteous works. So he was wicked and all that his whole life. But then right there, the head believed in the Lord, he was saved. So as long as you believe in the Lord, and you do what you gotta do, man. You know, that's all it's all about, man. You know, just gotta say that. Now we ought to, and guess what? The fear of the Lord, you're gonna doubt, you know, you'll be like, and that's the fear, you gotta have that. The fear of the Lord, it's gonna happen, whether you like it or not. We're in the flesh, so we don't know what's gonna happen. But that's where our faith and belief is. We're praying to be saved, we want to be saved, we want to be saved. You know what I'm saying?
Ezra saw it. He said, "What was me? What was me?" He shouted it.
In them days, he said that. That's Israel. He said that straight out.
Well, Paul said there's a crown laid up for them that believe. Yes, it's 2 Timothy. So he was fully persuaded. So there's a crown laid up for him.
Yeah, so doubt is a demon.
Yeah.
Doubt's a demon, but it's gonna get that. It's gonna get that fucked up. Like you want to be delivered, but that's what we do. We make a fool truthfully the ministry.
What's that scripture that speaks about how doubt is a sin or lack of faith? That's false, but there's another one. There's something of unbelief.
It's sin.
Unbelief in there.
If you don't believe in sin, it's
You know, they show you that in the
wicked spirit of unbelief. Huh?
I've got a precept. I read it. It's 2 Timothy 4, verse 8. Henceforth there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them also that love his appearing.
100%.
That's faith, loving his appearing. You really desire the appearing of Yahweh Shai, bro. That's faith. You know?
Yes. Oh, there's a couple of scriptures Paul did about that crown. He said, I wish I could get my scripture that time. He said, mentioned about getting this crown to get the first mentioned about the crown. He said that no man take away that crown.
That's Revelations 2.
There's that, and there's another one. This one. Get that one. There's another one. Alright, let's read that one. Done? Yeah. Read it.
This is 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 8. It says, I'll read from verse 7. I have fought a good fight, I have finished.
2 Timothy.
Yeah.
Still in Revelation.
There's another one. Second 4:1.
Yeah, the 4:1.
Yeah, second 2 Timothy 4, verse 7.
Still in Revelation.
I think I read that one.
You go, no, I have fought a good fight. I have finished my course. I have kept the faith. Henceforth, there is laid up.
Paul said he had fought a good fight, so in the meantime, he's fighting to get that crown. You know, you gotta keep fighting. Now, you know, you gotta keep fighting, man, to get that crown. You gotta keep videos or wherever you go for the week. You know, whatever's going on, you gotta keep fighting. Go on, man.
Henceforth, there is laid up for me a crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, shall give me at that day, and not to me only, but unto all them also that love his appearing.
Romans 14 verse 23, and he that doubteth is damned if he eat, because he eateth not of faith. For whatsoever is not of faith is sin.
It's not doubt, you know, now. You got people that really doubt, like, just really not. Or no, is that shit really that? You know, people like that, man. Come on. People like that, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck the motherfuckers, man. Yeah, we read all these crown scriptures, we don't close out.
I got one there though.
All right.
If I may, yeah.
Victory now. Victory.
Because you know we're approaching bad times, evil times. It says Luke 12 verse 29, and seek not ye what ye shall eat, or what ye shall drink, neither be of doubtful mind. For all these things do the nations of the world seek after, and your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But rather seek ye the kingdom of Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, and all these things shall be added unto you. Fear not, little flock, for it is the Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom.
That's a good scripture. That's a good scripture. That's a beautiful one. Like,
One last, I got one more precept.
Go ahead.
This is on Second Ezra, chapter 2, verse 42. I Ezra saw upon the Mount Zion a great whom I could not number, and they all praised the Lord with songs. And in the midst of them there was a young man of high stature, taller than all of the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly.
That's what that means. That's the video. That's what the video is. He's going to be taller than everybody. I would show you. He's going to be taller than everybody. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? That's beautiful. Let's finish off.
Revelation 22:12. And behold, I come quickly, and my reward is with me to give every man according as his work shall be.
Wisdom of Solomon 5:15. But the righteous live forevermore. Their reward is also with the Lord, and the care of them is with the Most High. Therefore shall they receive a glorious kingdom and a beautiful crown from the Lord's hand. For with his right hand shall he cover them, and with his arm shall he protect them.
That's what we're out here. That's what we're out here. That's what we're doing. It's not of us, because really, John 15:16 says, you've not chosen me, I've chosen you. So if you're the elect, you can choose yourself. I'll work this out. No, you don't work out. You as the Lord, you're one of the Lord's chosen spirits. You work it out yourself. You might think you did, but it was given to you from the beginning anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's what people get worked out. It weren't like that. It's a gift, like it's a gift if we can do it, because I've worked. Yeah.
Trying to glorify yourself.
Yeah, no. You have not chosen me, I've chosen you. And then even the Holy Spirit has to work with you to understand the scriptures. When you read the Bible, the Holy Spirit has to work with you to even understand what the words are saying. A lot of people open up the book and they decide they've got the Holy Spirit, so they don't understand what it's saying. We can go into that.
Revelations 2 verse 10.
fear none of those things which thou shalt suffer. Behold, the devil shall cast some of you into prison, that ye may be tried, and ye shall have tribulation 10 days. Be thou faithful unto death, and I will give thee a crown of life. He that have an ear, let him hear what the Spirit saith unto the churches. He that overcometh shall not be hurt of the second death.
So yeah, we all know what that is. So hey, we can close out, man. You know, whatever. Let's see, we can say shalom, man.
Shalom. Shalom.
You know, to close it down. They close it down.